Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. The summer of 2019 marked my 19th birthday, and with it came a desperate need to escape the suffocating concrete of Sacramento. My brothers, Cole and Brett, had been planning this trip to our family property in the Sierra Nevada foothills for months. The wildfires had been devastating Northern California for years, leaving charred skeletons of once mighty pines scattered across the mountainsides like broken teeth. Our property, miraculously, had survived the flames that claimed thousands of acres around us. Cole's diesel Ford F-250 groaned under the weight of our supplies as we wound up the increasingly narrow mountain road. The asphalt gave way to gravel, then to rutted dirt that threatened to swallow the truck's oversized tires. Dust clouds followed us like phantoms, coating everything in a fine layer of grit that tasted of ash and something else, something metallic and wrong. The radio crackled with static, losing station after station as we climbed higher. Eventually, even the emergency broadcast system faded to white noise, leaving us in the kind of isolation that city dwellers never truly understand. The silence pressed against my eardrums, broken only by the diesel engine's rumble and the occasional crack of settling timber in the heat. By the time we reached the clearing where our cabin stood, the sun was bleeding orange across the western peaks. The old helicopter pad, a concrete circle cracked and invaded by weeds, sat like a ritual ground at the property's highest point. I'd always wondered about its purpose. Why would anyone need a landing pad this far from civilization? Cole claimed it was left over from logging operations, but something about it felt wrong, like a scar that refused to heal. Our cabin was modest but solid, built by Brett's own hands over several summers. Around it, smaller outbuildings clustered like worried children. The smokehouse, the workshop, the bathhouse with its gravity-fed shower. Everything smelled of cedar and creosote, masking subtler odors that seemed to seep from the forest itself. The first 3 days passed in blissful routine. We tended the vegetable garden, shot clay pigeons off the deck, and explored the maze of old logging roads that carved through the surrounding wilderness. The forest seemed to watch us, but in the way forests always do, ancient, patient, indifferent to human concerns. On Thursday afternoon, Roy Hutchins came calling. Roy was our nearest neighbor, living 2 miles down the ridge in a ramshackle cabin that looked like it had grown from the mountainside itself. He was the kind of man who measured time in seasons rather than days, his weathered face telling stories of decades spent far from civilization's reach. "Lost one of my dogs last night," he said without preamble, accepting the beer Cole offered. "Ginger. She was smart enough to stay close to home, but something got her." His voice carried the weight of genuine grief. "Found what was left of her this morning about a quarter mile from my place." The details Roy provided made my stomach turn. Whatever had killed Ginger hadn't been content to simply feed. The animal had been torn apart with methodical precision, pieces scattered across a wide area as if the predator had been playing with its prey. The tracks around the scene were wrong, too. Not quite cat, not quite dog, but something that seemed to shift and change with each print. "Mountain lion?" Brett asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. Roy shook his head, his eyes holding a darkness I'd never seen before. "Been living up here 37 years. Know every predator in these mountains. This wasn't natural." He paused, studying our faces. "You boys be careful. Lock up tight at night. And if you hear anything strange, anything at all, don't go investigating. Some things are better left alone." After Roy left, my brothers huddled in conversation by the fire pit. I caught fragments. Predator tag. First light. The spring. They were planning something, and that something involved me whether I wanted it or not. 3:30 a.m. came too soon. The cabin's propane heater had died during the night, leaving us to dress in air cold enough to crystallize our breath. I fumbled with my rifle's scope covers, fingers numb despite the fingerless gloves I'd worn to bed. The .270 Winchester felt heavier than usual, its weight a constant reminder of what we were hunting. Cole had studied topographical maps of the area for hours, marking water sources and game trails with red ink. "Everything comes to the spring eventually," he explained as we applied scent-blocking spray to our clothes and gear, especially in summer when the creek beds run dry. The forest at night was a different creature entirely. Our headlamps carved narrow tunnels through darkness so complete it seemed solid. Every branch became a reaching claw, every shadow a potential predator. The familiar became alien, transformed by darkness and adrenaline into something hostile and unknowable. We moved in single file, Cole leading with his GPS unit, Brett bringing up the rear with the heavy 30-06. I stayed between them, trying to match their practiced silence while fighting the urge to sweep my rifle barrel at every perceived threat. The forest floor was treacherous, loose rocks, fallen logs, and hidden gullies that could snap an ankle or send you tumbling down a ravine. The spring was further than I'd anticipated, nearly 2 miles from the cabin by a route that followed deer trails and old logging cuts. By the time we reached it, false dawn was painting the eastern sky a sickly gray. The water emerged from a jumble of granite boulders, forming a pool perhaps 15 feet across before continuing downhill as a narrow creek. Setting up the blinds took another hour of careful work. We positioned them to take advantage of the prevailing wind, ensuring our scent wouldn't drift toward the water. The rangefinder confirmed what Cole's map had suggested. 205 yards from blind to spring, well within our rifle's effective range. Waiting is the hardest part of any hunt. The excitement of the stalk gives way to cramped muscles and wandering thoughts. We'd brought coffee in thermal bottles, but the liquid had gone lukewarm during our hike. Still, the caffeine helped fight off the drowsiness that threatened to overwhelm me as the sun climbed higher. The spring came alive with the dawn. A family of quail emerged from the underbrush, their chicks staying close to their mother as she led them to water. A red-tailed hawk circled overhead, riding thermals that were already beginning to form as the sun heated the canyon walls. Everything seemed normal, peaceful even. Brett was the first to spot the raccoon. It approached the water with typical caution, standing upright frequently to scan for danger. These mountains were home to black bears, mountain lions, and other predators that wouldn't hesitate to make a meal of an unwary scavenger. But this raccoon's behavior was different, nervous beyond the usual wariness of wild animals. It managed perhaps 3 laps of water before something spooked it. The animal didn't just retreat. It fled with the kind of panic I'd seen in prey animals when they caught the scent of a predator. Its chittering alarm call echoed off the canyon walls before fading into silence. "That's not normal," Cole whispered, his voice barely audible even in the morning stillness. We waited. The quail had also vanished, along with the chipmunks and squirrels that had been active around the spring. Even the insects seemed to have gone quiet, leaving only the gentle sound of water flowing over stone. Then we heard it, a sound that raised the hair on my arms and made my mouth go dry. It was soft at first, barely distinguishable from the whisper of wind through pine needles. But it grew stronger, more distinct. A low rhythmic panting that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. What emerged from the tree line defied easy description. At first glance, it might have been a large dog, a mastiff, or perhaps a wolf hybrid. But as it moved into the clearing, the wrongness became apparent. Its head was massive, disproportionate to its body, with a square, bull-like skull that spoke of incredible crushing power. The ears were too small, set too high on the head, and they swiveled independently like a cat's. But it was the legs that truly unsettled me. The front limbs were recognizably canine, powerfully built, and ending in large paws equipped with prominent claws. The rear legs, however, were something else entirely. They were elongated, ending in what looked like hooves or perhaps hardened pads that clicked against the rocks as the creature moved. The animal approached the water with confidence, not the cautious behavior we'd observed in other wildlife. It moved with the assurance of an apex predator, something that had no natural enemies in these mountains. Its coat was a mottled gray-brown that would have provided perfect camouflage in the rocky terrain. I found myself holding my breath, afraid that even the slightest sound would draw its attention. Through my scope, I could see details that made my stomach churn. The creature's mouth hung open, revealing teeth that were wrong. Too many, too sharp, arranged in rows like a shark's. Saliva dripped from its jaws, hissing slightly where it struck the rocks. "Jesus," Brett whispered, so quietly I almost missed it. "What is that thing?" The creature's head snapped up instantly, fixing on our position with uncanny accuracy. Its eyes were the worst part. Not the simple, honest eyes of a wild animal, but something that held intelligence, calculation, and what I could only describe as malevolence. It knew we were there, had probably known from the moment it entered the clearing. For long seconds, predator and prey stared at each other across the intervening distance. Then the creature opened its mouth and made a sound that will haunt me until I die. A high-pitched keen that seemed to bypass my ears and resonate directly in my bones. It was the sound of metal scraping against metal, of nails on a chalkboard, of something that shouldn't exist giving voice to its hunger. The creature's shriek ended as abruptly as it had begun. In the sudden silence, I could hear my own heartbeat hammering in my ears. The rifle in my hands felt both too heavy and too light. Heavy enough to make my arms shake, light enough to be useless against whatever was watching us from across the spring. Cole was the first to move, his finger finding the safety on his .30-06 with practiced ease. The soft click seemed to echo in the stillness. Brett followed suit, the metallic sound of his bolt action chambering around unnaturally loud in the mountain air. I fumbled with my own safety, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped the rifle. But the creature was already moving. It didn't turn and flee like a normal animal would. Instead, it backed into the tree line while keeping its horrible gaze fixed on our position. Its movements were fluid, almost hypnotic, like watching a nightmare unfold in slow motion. The way it moved was wrong. Too coordinated, too purposeful for something that should have been driven by instinct alone. The last thing I saw before it vanished into the forest was the way its mouth opened again, revealing those rows of needle-sharp teeth. But this time, it didn't vocalize. Instead, it seemed to be tasting the air, as if trying to memorize our scent for future reference. We waited another hour in the blinds, weapons ready, eyes scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. The normal sounds of the forest gradually returned, birds calling, insects buzzing, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. But the peace felt artificial, like a performance being put on for our benefit. "We need to get back to the cabin," Cole finally said, his voice tight with strain. "Now." The hike back was a nightmare of paranoia and jumping shadows. Every snapping twig, every rustle in the underbrush, every bird call seemed to herald the creature's return. We moved in a tight formation, weapons ready, pausing frequently to listen for sounds of pursuit. The forest that had seemed welcoming days before now felt hostile, full of hidden watchers and unspoken threats. Roy Hutchins was sitting on his porch when we arrived, an old lever-action rifle across his knees. He looked up from the piece of wood he was whittling, his weathered face registering no surprise at our early return. "You saw it," he said. It wasn't a question. We described the encounter in halting terms, each of us adding details the others had missed. Roy listened without interruption, his knife never pausing in its work. When we finished, he set aside the half-carved bird and looked at us with eyes that held decades of mountain wisdom. "That's what killed my Ginger," he said simply. "Been seeing sign of it for weeks now. Tracks that don't match any animal in these mountains. Kills that are too clean, too organized. It's been hunting systematically, working its way up the ridge." He stood and walked to the edge of his porch, staring out at the forest that stretched endlessly toward the higher peaks. My grandfather told me stories about things like this, said they came down from the high country during drought years when their usual prey moved on. He called them the Watchers because they'd observe their prey for days before making a move. What are they? Brett asked, though his voice suggested he wasn't sure he wanted to know. Roy was quiet for a long moment. Hybrid, maybe. Cross between a wolf and something else. Or maybe just evolution taking a strange turn in these isolated mountains. Could be the product of some government experiment that went wrong. Hell, could be radiation from old nuclear tests changing things in ways we don't understand. He turned back to us, his expression grim. What matters is that it knows you're here now. It's marked you as potential prey. These things are patient, calculated. It won't attack directly. Too dangerous. But it'll watch, follow, wait for the right moment. The suggestion sent fear racing through my veins. So what do we do? Leave, Roy said without hesitation. Pack up and get off this mountain. Come back in a few months, maybe it'll have moved on. But right now you're not safe here. We took Roy's advice and broke camp that afternoon, loading our gear with hands that shook from more than just the mountain air. The cabin that had felt like a sanctuary now seemed like a trap. Its windows dark and vulnerable, its walls too thin to stop something truly determined to get inside. As we loaded the last of our supplies into the truck, I caught movement in the tree line above the cabin. For just a moment I saw the unmistakable silhouette of the creature we'd encountered at the spring. It stood motionless among the pines, watching us with those intelligent, hungry eyes. I pointed it out to my brothers, but by the time they looked, it was gone. Only the swaying of branches marked where it had been, and even that could have been explained by the wind. The drive down the mountain was tense, each of us scanning the forest for signs of pursuit. The creature could have been anywhere, watching from the ridgeline, pacing us through the trees, waiting at the next bend in the road. My imagination painted it in every shadow, every gap between the trees. It wasn't until we reached the asphalt of the main highway that I finally began to relax. Even then, I found myself checking the side mirrors compulsively, half expecting to see something following us down the mountain. We never went back to the cabin. Cole sold the property to a developer from San Francisco who planned to build a luxury retreat. I often wonder if he told the new owner about what we'd seen, or if he simply took the money and let someone else deal with the consequences. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear that shriek echoing through my dreams. I wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, my mind insisting that somewhere in the darkness something is watching and waiting. The rational part of my brain knows it was probably just a diseased animal, its behavior altered by rabies or some other illness. But deep down, in the primitive part of my mind that still remembers when humans were prey, I know better. The mountains of Northern California are vast and wild, home to countless secrets. Some of those secrets are beautiful, hidden waterfalls, ancient groves, valleys that have never known human footsteps. But others are dark, dangerous, and better left undisturbed. If you ever find yourself in those mountains, if you hear something that doesn't belong, something that makes your skin crawl and your heart race, trust your instincts. Don't investigate. Don't linger. Just leave, as quickly and quietly as you can. Because some watchers are patient, and some hungers never die. The summer of 2018 had been one of those suffocating, endless stretches where the heat seemed to press down on everything like a weight you couldn't shake. I was 24 then, working a dead-end job at a warehouse on the outskirts of town, and my best friend Ben was in the same boat, grinding through 12-hour shifts at a nearby factory. We'd been friends since high school, bonded by our shared love of the outdoors and our mutual hatred of routine. That particular Tuesday evening in late February, the thermometer still read 38 degrees Celsius even as the sun began its descent toward the horizon. The air conditioning in my cramped apartment had given up the ghost 3 days earlier, and the repair technician couldn't come until Friday. Ben had texted me around 4 in the afternoon, his message simple but appealing. Want to get out of this heat? Mount Corrigong's calling. Mount Corrigong stood about 40 minutes' drive from our town, its rugged slopes offering a network of hiking trails that ranged from gentle family walks to challenging climbs that tested even experienced hikers. Ben and I had tackled most of them over the years, but we'd never attempted the main summit trail at night. The idea had been floating around in our conversations for months, always dismissed as too risky or too ambitious for an evening adventure. But that Tuesday, with the oppressive heat making even breathing feel like work, the prospect of cool mountain air and the promise of a spectacular night view seemed worth the risk. I grabbed my hiking pack from the closet, checking that my headlamp still worked and that I had fresh batteries. The familiar weight of the pack felt reassuring as I loaded it with water bottles, energy bars, a first aid kit, and the knife my father had given me for my 18th birthday. Ben picked me up in his battered Ford pickup just as the sun was beginning to cast longer shadows across the suburban streets. He looked as eager as I felt to escape the oppressive atmosphere that had settled over our town like a blanket. His hiking gear was already loaded in the truck bed, and I could see he'd brought extra water and his expensive GPS device, the one he'd saved up for months to buy. "You sure about this?" I asked as we pulled away from my apartment complex. "We've never done Corrigong at night before." Ben grinned, his hands steady on the steering wheel as we navigated through the early evening traffic. "That's exactly why we should do it. Besides, the moon's nearly full tonight. We'll have plenty of light once we get above the tree line." The drive to the mountain took us through increasingly rural countryside, past farms where cattle clustered under whatever shade they could find, and through small communities where the houses seemed to huddle together as if seeking mutual protection from the heat. As we gained elevation, I could feel the temperature dropping slightly, though the air still carried that thick, oppressive quality that had dominated the entire week. We parked at the main trailhead just as the sun was beginning to touch the distant hills. The parking area was empty except for one other vehicle, a dusty sedan that looked like it had been there for hours. A notice board near the trail entrance displayed the usual warnings about carrying sufficient water, staying on marked paths, and being aware of local wildlife. I paused to read the latest updates, noting that there had been several reports of wild dog sightings in the area over the past month. "Wild dogs?" Ben asked, reading over my shoulder. "Since when do we have wild dogs around here?" I shrugged, shouldering my pack and adjusting the straps. "Probably just someone's pets that got loose and went feral. Happens all the time in rural areas like this." But even as I said it, something about those reports nagged at me. The descriptions were oddly consistent across multiple sightings, describing animals that were larger than typical domestic dogs, with unusual coloring and behavior that seemed more aggressive than typical strays. Park rangers had apparently investigated but found no concrete evidence beyond some questionable tracks and the remains of several native animals. We set off up the trail as the last rays of sunlight filtered through the eucalyptus trees that dominated the lower slopes. The path was well maintained and clearly marked, winding steadily upward through dense bushland that provided welcome relief from the day's heat. The air was filled with the distinctive smell of eucalyptus oil and the earthy scent of dry leaves and bark. For the first hour, our conversation was easy and familiar, covering everything from work frustrations to weekend plans to Ben's ongoing attempts to ask out the woman who worked at the coffee shop near his factory. The physical exertion felt good after a day spent in stuffy indoor environments, and I found myself relaxing into the rhythm of the climb. As darkness began to settle around us, we switched on our headlamps and continued upward. The pools of light cast by our lamps created a small bubble of visibility in the growing darkness, illuminating the path ahead while leaving everything else shrouded in impenetrable blackness. The sounds of the forest began to change as well, with the daytime bird calls giving way to the nocturnal symphony of crickets, possums, and the occasional call of a powerful owl. About halfway up the mountain, we encountered our first kangaroos of the evening, a small mob of eastern greys that bounded away from the trail as our light swept over them. Their movement was fluid and effortless, disappearing into the darkness beyond our vision as quickly as they had appeared. Ben paused to watch them go, a smile crossing his face in the lamplight. Never gets old, does it? He said. Seeing them in their natural habitat like that? I nodded, though something about the encounter struck me as slightly odd. The kangaroos had seemed more skittish than usual, their departure more hurried and panicked than the typical cautious retreat I'd observed during previous hikes. They'd also been moving downhill, away from the higher elevations where they typically graze during cooler evening hours. But these observations were just fleeting thoughts at the time, easily dismissed as we continued our steady progress up the mountain. The trail grew steeper as we gained elevation, and our conversation became more sporadic as we focused on our breathing and footing. The temperature continued to drop, providing blessed relief from the oppressive heat we'd left behind in town. The trail beyond the kangaroo encounter grew significantly more challenging, switching back and forth across steep slopes of loose shale and exposed rock. Our headlamps carved narrow tunnels of light through the darkness, illuminating just enough of the path ahead to keep us moving safely upward. The familiar sounds of the lower forest gradually gave way to the different acoustic signature of higher elevations, where the trees were more sparse and the wind had room to move freely. I'd hiked this section of the trail several times during daylight hours, but experiencing it at night created an entirely different atmosphere. Landmarks that were clearly visible during the day became ambiguous shapes in the darkness, and distances that seemed manageable in sunlight felt stretched and uncertain under the narrow beams of our lights. The darkness seemed to press in around us, creating the sensation that we were moving through a tunnel rather than across an open mountainside. Ben maintained a steady pace ahead of me, his breathing controlled despite the increasing steepness of the trail. He'd always been in better shape than me, a legacy of his high school football days and his commitment to hitting the gym several times a week even now. I found myself working harder to match his rhythm, my own breathing becoming more labored as we gained elevation. "You doing okay back there?" he called over his shoulder, pausing to let me catch up at a switchback where the trail doubled back on itself. "Yeah, just feeling it more than usual," I replied, taking a moment to catch my breath and take a drink from my water bottle. The water was still pleasantly cool, a stark contrast to the warm air that continued to radiate heat even as the sun disappeared completely below the horizon. "It's the heat," Ben said, nodding toward the valley below us where the lights of town twinkled like scattered stars. "We've been dealing with it all week, and our bodies are probably a bit dehydrated even though we've been drinking water." He was probably right, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something else affecting my energy levels. A kind of persistent unease that seemed to be sapping my strength more than the physical demands of the hike should have warranted. I'd experienced similar feelings before, usually in situations where my subconscious had picked up on subtle danger signals that my conscious mind hadn't yet processed. We continued climbing, passing through zones where the vegetation changed noticeably. The eucalyptus trees that dominated the lower slopes gave way to hardier species adapted to higher elevations and more extreme weather conditions. The undergrowth became sparser, replaced by hardy grasses and low shrubs that could survive the temperature extremes and strong winds common at altitude. About 2 hours into our hike, we paused at a rocky outcrop that provided a natural resting place and spectacular views of the valley below. During daylight, this spot offered panoramic vistas of the surrounding countryside, but at night it revealed a different kind of beauty. The lights of distant towns and farms created a scattered constellation across the darkness, while overhead the stars blazed with an intensity impossible to see from light-polluted urban areas. "God, look at that," Ben said, switching off his headlamp and encouraging me to do the same. "You never see stars like this from town." He was right. With our artificial lights extinguished, the natural darkness revealed a spectacular display of stars, planets, and the ghostly band of the Milky Way stretching across the sky. The moon, nearly full as Ben had predicted, cast enough light to make out the general shapes of the landscape around us, though details remained hidden in shadow. But as beautiful as the view was, I found myself feeling increasingly uncomfortable as we sat in the darkness. There was something about the quality of the silence around us that seemed wrong, though I couldn't immediately identify what was bothering me. It wasn't that the forest was completely quiet. There were still the normal sounds of nocturnal wildlife and the whisper of wind through the trees, but there was an underlying tension to these sounds that I'd never noticed before. "How much further to the summit?" I asked, eager to get moving again despite the beauty of our rest stop. Ben consulted his GPS device, the small screen casting a blue glow on his face as he checked our position. "Maybe another hour and a half depending on the terrain ahead. The trail gets pretty rough through the next section." I nodded, though something about the timing felt off. We'd been making good progress, but an hour and a half seemed optimistic for the remaining distance, especially considering the increasing difficulty of the terrain. I'd hiked this trail before, and I remembered the upper sections being particularly challenging even in daylight. As we prepared to resume our climb, I noticed that Ben seemed to be having his own concerns about the hike, though he was trying to hide them. He checked his GPS more frequently than usual, and I caught him pausing occasionally to listen to the sounds around us, with an intensity that suggested he was hearing something that concerned him. "Everything okay?" I asked during one of these pauses. "Yeah, just thought I heard something moving through the brush up ahead," he replied, but his tone suggested he wasn't entirely convinced by his own explanation. "Probably just a possum or something." But as we continued climbing, both of us became increasingly aware that something was different about this hike compared to our previous mountain adventures. The wildlife seemed more active than usual, with frequent sounds of movement in the undergrowth that suggested animals were on the move rather than settled into their normal nocturnal routines. More concerning was the behavior of the few animals we did glimpse in our headlamp beams. A ringtail possum that our lights caught in a tree near the trail seemed unusually agitated, chattering and moving restlessly, rather than simply freezing or moving away, as possums typically did when encountered by humans. A wallaby that bounded across the trail ahead of us appeared to be moving with urgent purpose rather than the casual browsing behavior typical of macropods during evening hours. "They're all heading downhill," Ben observed after our third encounter with obviously disturbed wildlife. "Every animal we've seen has been moving away from the summit." I'd noticed the same pattern, and it was starting to create a persistent knot of anxiety in my stomach. In all my years of hiking in this area, I'd never observed such consistent directional movement among the local wildlife. Animals typically moved in response to immediate threats or seasonal feeding patterns, not in the kind of coordinated exodus we seem to be witnessing. "Maybe there's a storm coming," I suggested, though the night sky showed no signs of approaching weather. Animals sometimes sense atmospheric changes before humans do. Ben checked his phone for weather updates, though the signal at our current elevation was sporadic at best. "Nothing showing on the forecast," he said. "Clear skies predicted through tomorrow afternoon." The explanation didn't satisfy either of us, but we continued climbing anyway, both of us probably reluctant to suggest turning back when we'd already invested so much time and energy in reaching the summit. The trail ahead curved around a steep rock face, disappearing into darkness beyond the reach of our headlamps, and we pressed forward into the unknown. The final approach to Mount Korogong's summit proved to be every bit as challenging as I'd remembered from previous daytime hikes. The trail became little more than a series of rock cairns marking the route across broken stone and loose scree that shifted treacherously underfoot. Our progress slowed dramatically as we picked our way carefully across terrain that would have been difficult enough in daylight, let alone under the limited visibility provided by our headlamps. Ben took the lead through this section, his more powerful lamp providing slightly better illumination of the hazardous footing ahead. I followed close behind, grateful for the path his light carved through the darkness, but increasingly aware of how isolated we were becoming. The familiar landmarks of the lower trail had given way to an alien landscape of wind-carved rock and hardy vegetation that looked almost otherworldly in the stark beams of our artificial lighting. The temperature had dropped significantly as we gained elevation, providing welcome relief from the oppressive heat we'd left behind in the valley. But the cooling air also carried with it a different quality, a kind of thin stillness that seemed to amplify every sound we made. Our footsteps on the loose stone seemed unnaturally loud, and our breathing echoed off the rock faces around us in ways that made conversation feel almost intrusive. About 3 hours after leaving the parking area, we finally emerged onto the broad, relatively flat summit of Mount Korogong. The transformation from the claustrophobic rock climbing of the final approach to the open expanse of the mountaintop was dramatic and immediate. After hours of seeing nothing beyond the narrow focus of our headlamps, the summit offered a 360-degree panorama that took my breath away. With the nearly full moon riding high overhead, the view from the summit was spectacular in a way that our daytime visits had never quite captured. The entire region spread out below us like a living map, with the lights of distant communities creating bright nodes connected by the thread-like glow of highways and rural roads. To the east, I could make out the faint glow of the coastal cities, while to the west, the landscape disappeared into darkness, broken only by the occasional isolated farm light. "Incredible," Ben said, switching off his headlamp and encouraging me to do the same. This is why we climb. For several minutes, we simply stood in the natural darkness, allowing our eyes to adjust to the moonlight while drinking in the magnificent view. The wind at the summit was stronger than it had been on the protected slopes below, carrying with it the clean, cold smell of high altitudes and the faint eucalyptus scent that characterized the Australian bush. We found a comfortable spot among the scattered boulders that dotted the summit plateau and settled down to rest and eat some of the food we'd brought with us. The physical exertion of the climb had left both of us genuinely hungry, and the energy bars and trail mix we'd packed tasted better than they had any right to at sea level. "How long do you want to stay up here?" I asked, checking my watch and discovering that it was already past 10 o'clock. The time had passed more quickly than I'd realized, and I was suddenly aware that the descent would take us well past midnight, possibly into the early hours of the morning. "Maybe another half hour?" Ben suggested. "Give us time to really appreciate this view and then start down while we're still feeling good." It seemed like a reasonable plan, and I settled back against a boulder to enjoy the spectacular panorama and the welcome coolness of the mountain air. For the first time since we'd begun the hike, I felt myself beginning to relax. The strange behavior of the wildlife we'd encountered during the ascent seemed less ominous from the security of the open summit, and the nagging sense of unease that had been building throughout the evening began to fade. But even as I tried to enjoy the moment, I became aware that the quality of the silence around us was different from what I'd expected. During previous summit visits, the mountaintop had always been alive with the sounds of wind through the scattered trees and the calls of nocturnal birds that made their homes among the rocky outcrops. Tonight, however, the silence seemed deeper and more complete, broken only by the wind and our own conversation. "It's really quiet up here," Ben observed, apparently noticing the same absence of normal mountain sounds that had caught my attention. "Where are all the nightbirds?" I listened more carefully, realizing that he was right. The powerful owls that typically hunted from the summit area were nowhere to be heard, nor were the smaller owl species that usually provided a constant background chorus during evening hours. Even the insects seemed unusually quiet, with none of the cricket songs or buzzing that normally accompanied warm summer nights at elevation. "Maybe we're just here at a quiet time," I suggested, though the explanation sounded weak even to me. Wildlife patterns can be pretty random. But as we sat in the unnatural silence, both of us became increasingly aware that something was fundamentally wrong with the atmosphere around us. It wasn't just the absence of expected sounds, it was the quality of the silence itself, as if the normal life of the mountain had been somehow suppressed or driven away. Ben pulled out his GPS device again, ostensibly to check our exact position but more likely seeking the reassurance of its familiar electronic presence in the growing strangeness of our situation. The small screen cast its blue glow across his face, making his features look pale and concerned in the artificial light. "GPS is acting up," he said, frowning at the device. "It keeps losing signal, which shouldn't happen in an open area like this." I looked over his shoulder at the screen, which showed our position marker jumping erratically across the display rather than maintaining the steady lock typical of good satellite reception. It was another small anomaly to add to the growing list of things that didn't feel quite right about this particular night. Maybe we should start heading down, I suggested, surprised by how eager I was to leave the summit despite the spectacular view and the hours of effort we'd invested in reaching it. We've got a long descent ahead of us, and I'd rather tackle the tricky sections while we're still fresh. Ben nodded, though I could see he was reluctant to abandon the summit so quickly. Yeah, you're probably right. And the sooner we start down, the sooner we'll be back in cell phone range. As we packed up our gear and prepared to leave the summit, I took one last look around the mountaintop, trying to fix the spectacular view in my memory. But instead of the sense of accomplishment and peace I usually felt at the end of a successful climb, I was filled with a growing urgency to get back to lower elevations in the familiar world we'd left behind. The descent route followed the same trail we'd used for the ascent, but approaching it from above in the darkness created an entirely different perspective. What had been a challenging but straightforward climb now appeared as a treacherous descent into a black void that seemed to swallow the beams of our headlamps without providing any real sense of the terrain ahead. The initial stages of our descent from the summit felt more treacherous than I'd anticipated. Every step required careful consideration as we navigated the loose scree and broken rock that characterized the upper reaches of the trail. Our headlamps, which had seemed adequate during the ascent, now felt inadequate for safely negotiating terrain where a single misstep could result in a serious fall. Ben continued to lead, moving with deliberate caution as he tested each foothold before committing his full weight to it. I followed close behind, grateful for the path he was choosing, but increasingly aware of how vulnerable we were in this harsh, exposed terrain. The wind at our backs felt stronger than it had on the summit, and it carried with it an odd, unsettling quality that made me want to move faster, despite the obvious dangers of hurrying over such difficult ground. About 20 minutes into the descent, we reached the relative safety of the marked trail where rock cairns gave way to the more familiar blazes painted on trees and fence posts. The transition from rock scrambling to normal hiking felt like a huge relief, and I found myself breathing more easily as we entered the protective embrace of the forest that covered the mountain's middle elevations. But if I'd expected the forested sections of the descent to feel more comfortable and familiar, I was quickly disappointed. The trees that had provided welcome shade and a sense of intimacy during our afternoon ascent now seemed to press in around us, creating a claustrophobic tunnel effect that made our headlamp beams feel even more inadequate. Shadows danced and shifted at the edges of our vision, creating the persistent impression that we were being observed or followed. "This feels different than it did on the way up," Ben said, voicing the same concern that had been growing in my own mind. "The whole atmosphere of the place has changed." I nodded, though I wasn't sure he could see the gesture in the darkness behind him. The forest did feel fundamentally different, as if some essential quality had shifted during the hours we'd spent on the summit. What had been merely dim and challenging during our ascent now felt actively oppressive, charged with a tension that seemed to emanate from the darkness beyond our lights. Our pace during this section was necessarily slower than it had been during the ascent, as the downhill terrain required constant vigilance to avoid stumbling over roots and rocks that were invisible until we were almost upon them. But despite the reasonable pace, both of us seemed eager to cover ground quickly, as if some unspoken urgency was driving us away from the heights we'd just conquered. About an hour into the descent, we encountered our first wildlife since leaving the summit, and the encounter immediately confirmed that something was seriously wrong with the mountain's ecosystem. A large wombat emerged from the undergrowth directly ahead of us, moving across the trail with none of the typical caution these animals usually displayed around humans. Instead of freezing or moving away when our lights hit it, the wombat seemed completely oblivious to our presence, continuing its journey with a kind of mindless determination that was deeply unsettling. "That's weird," Ben said, stopping to watch the animal disappear into the darkness on the opposite side of the trail. Wombats are usually way more aware of their surroundings than that. But what was even more disturbing than the wombat's behavior was its physical condition. In the brief moment when our lights had illuminated it clearly, I'd noticed that the animal appeared to be in poor health, with patches of missing fur and a gait that suggested injury or illness. Its eyes, when they'd reflected our lamplight, had seemed unusually bright and somehow wrong, though I couldn't immediately identify what had bothered me about them. "Did you see its eyes?" I asked Ben as we resumed our descent. "Yeah, they looked, I don't know, different somehow, like they were reflecting too much light or the wrong color." We continued downward, but the encounter with the wombat had shaken both of us more than we wanted to admit. In all our years of hiking in these mountains, we'd never seen a native animal behave with such apparent disorientation and lack of natural caution. Combined with the unusual wildlife movement patterns we'd observed during the ascent, it was becoming clear that something was seriously disturbing the normal balance of the mountain's ecosystem. The trail through this section wound back and forth across steep slopes, requiring constant attention to footing and direction. But despite the need to focus on immediate navigation concerns, I found my attention increasingly drawn to the sounds coming from the forest around us. There was definitely movement in the undergrowth, frequent crashing and rustling that suggested large animals were active throughout the area. Under normal circumstances, such activity wouldn't have been particularly concerning. Australian forests were home to numerous large marsupials, and nocturnal movement was perfectly normal. But the sounds we were hearing seemed different from the typical browsing and traveling behavior of kangaroos, wallabies, and wombats. There was an urgency to the movement, a kind of restless energy that suggested the animals were fleeing rather than simply going about their normal nighttime activities. "Everything's moving downhill," Ben observed, echoing the same pattern we'd noticed during our ascent. "Every animal sound we're hearing is heading away from the summit." He was right, and the consistency of the pattern was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. Whatever was affecting the mountain's wildlife was apparently centered somewhere above us, driving the animals toward lower elevations with enough force to overcome their normal territorial behaviors and feeding patterns. About 2 hours into our descent, we reached a section of trail that I remembered clearly from previous daytime hikes. It was a relatively flat stretch that followed a natural bench across the mountainside, offering easy walking and spectacular views during daylight hours. I'd been looking forward to reaching this section, expecting it to provide a welcome break from the challenging downhill navigation we'd been dealing with. But as we emerged onto the bench trail, both of us immediately noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere around us. The wind, which had been a constant presence throughout our descent, had completely died away, leaving an unnatural stillness that seemed to muffle even the sounds of our own movement. More disturbing was the absolute silence from the forest around us, a complete absence of the wildlife sounds that had been our constant, if concerning, companions throughout the evening. "This doesn't feel right," Ben said, stopping in the middle of the trail and turning to face me. "When did everything get so quiet?" I couldn't pinpoint exactly when the change had occurred, but he was absolutely right. The forest around us had fallen into a silence so complete that it seemed almost artificial, as if someone had suddenly turned off a sound system that had been providing background noise. Even our own breathing and footsteps seemed muted, absorbed by the oppressive stillness that had settled over the mountainside. "Maybe we should pick up the pace," I suggested, though I wasn't sure why I felt such urgency to get through this particular section of trail. "We've still got a long way to go, and I'd like to get to more familiar territory." Ben nodded, but instead of immediately resuming our descent, he pulled out his GPS device again and spent several minutes trying to get a clear reading on our position. The blue glow of the screen seemed unnaturally bright in the encompassing darkness, and I could see his growing frustration as the device continued to provide erratic and inconsistent readings. "This thing is completely useless tonight," he said, finally giving up and putting the device away. "Either there's something wrong with the satellites, or there's some kind of interference up here that's blocking the signal." Electronic interference in wilderness areas was virtually unheard of, and GPS devices were specifically designed to work reliably even in remote locations. The persistent problems we were experiencing with navigation technology seemed like yet another piece of evidence that something was fundamentally wrong with our situation. As we prepared to resume our descent, I took one last look back toward the summit we'd left behind, now invisible in the darkness above us. For just a moment, I thought I saw something moving against the starlit sky, a dark shape that seemed too large and too purposeful to be explained by wind-blown vegetation or the normal movement of tree branches. But when I looked more carefully, focusing my attention on the spot where I thought I'd seen the movement, there was nothing there except the familiar silhouettes of eucalyptus trees against the night sky. Still, the brief glimpse had left me with an unsettling impression of something watching our progress, tracking our movement down the mountainside with an intelligence and intent that went far beyond normal animal curiosity. The bench trail that had initially seemed like a welcome respite from the steep descent quickly became one of the most unnerving sections of our entire hike. What should have been easy, level walking across the mountainside instead felt like a journey through an alien landscape where normal natural processes had been somehow suspended or corrupted. The most immediately noticeable change was in the vegetation itself. During our daylight hikes, this section of trail had been characterized by healthy eucalyptus forest with the understory of native shrubs and ferns. Tonight, however, our headlamps revealed trees that looked stressed and unhealthy, with drooping leaves and an unusual amount of dead branch material. Even more disturbing, many of the plants seemed to be covered with what looked like a fine, web-like substance that glittered strangely in our artificial light. "What is that stuff?" Ben asked, stopping to examine a shrub that was completely encased in the gossamer material. "I've never seen spiderwebs like this before." I leaned in for a closer look and immediately wished I hadn't. The substance coating the vegetation wasn't spiderweb, despite its superficial resemblance. It was thicker and more substantial, with an almost organic quality that suggested it might be some kind of secretion rather than a natural web structure. More disturbing was the smell that emanated from it. A sweet, cloying odor that reminded me of decomposing organic matter. "Let's keep moving," I said, backing away from the affected shrub and trying to ignore the way the strange material seemed to pulse slightly in our lamplight. "I don't want to stay in this area any longer than we have to." But as we continued along the bench trail, it became clear that whatever was affecting the vegetation was widespread throughout this section of the forest. Tree after tree showed signs of the same coating, and the ground itself seemed to be covered with patches of similar material that squelched unpleasantly underfoot when we accidentally stepped on them. More concerning was the increasing evidence of animal remains scattered throughout the area. What I initially took for fallen branches revealed themselves to be bones when examined more closely, bleached white and scattered in patterns that suggested they'd been there for some time. Some were clearly identifiable as belonging to common forest animals, wallaby femurs and kangaroo ribs, but others were larger and less familiar, suggesting that whatever was affecting this area wasn't limiting itself to small prey. "This is seriously messed up," Ben said, his voice tight with growing anxiety as we navigated around yet another pile of scattered bones. "What could cause this kind of devastation?" I didn't have an answer, and I wasn't sure I wanted to speculate about the possibilities. The evidence around us suggested that some kind of predator had been using this section of forest as a feeding ground, but the scale of the remains and the systematic nature of their distribution went far beyond anything I'd ever associated with known Australian wildlife. As we pressed deeper into the affected area, our headlamps began revealing signs of even more disturbing activity. Gouges in tree bark that looked like claw marks, but far larger and deeper than anything that could be produced by native animals. Patches of ground that had been churned up as if by some kind of violent struggle, with deep furrows that extended for meters across the forest floor. Most unsettling of all were the trees themselves. Many of them showed signs of having been deliberately damaged, with branches torn away and bark stripped in patterns that seemed too systematic to be the result of natural causes or normal animal behavior. Some trees had been completely girdled, their bark removed in neat spirals that would inevitably kill them, while others had been partially uprooted, their exposed root systems creating treacherous obstacles across the trail. "We need to get out of here," I said, no longer caring whether my growing panic was obvious in my voice. Whatever's been doing this might still be around. Ben nodded, but before we could increase our pace, he grabbed my arm and pointed ahead into the darkness. "Look at that," he whispered. About 50 meters ahead of us, just at the edge of our combined lamplight, something large was moving through the forest. At first, I thought it might be a kangaroo or large wallaby. But as we watched, it became clear that the movement pattern was wrong for any marsupial. The creature, whatever it was, seemed to be moving with deliberate purpose, following what might have been a game trail through the undergrowth. We stood motionless, hoping to avoid attracting its attention while trying to get a better look at what we were dealing with. But the creature remained tantalizingly at the edge of visibility. A dark shape that seemed to shift and flow through the forest with an unsettling fluid grace. "Can you see what it is?" Ben whispered, his voice barely audible even in the oppressive silence around us. I shook my head, straining to make out details in the shifting shadows beyond our lights. The creature appeared to be roughly the size of a large dog, but its proportions seemed wrong somehow, as if its limbs were too long or its body too narrow for a normal quadruped. More disturbing was the way it moved, with a kind of purposeful intensity that suggested intelligence rather than simple animal instinct. As we watched, the creature paused in its movement and seemed to turn in our direction. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought it had detected our presence and was preparing to approach us. But instead it simply stood motionless for several seconds before resuming its journey through the forest, disappearing into the darkness beyond our vision. "Did you see the way it moved?" Ben asked, his voice still barely above a whisper. That wasn't normal animal behavior. I knew exactly what he meant. The creature's movement had been characterized by an unsettling combination of stealth and confidence, as if it were completely comfortable in its environment while simultaneously being aware that it needed to avoid detection. It was the kind of behavior I associated with experienced predators, but scaled up to a size and level of apparent intelligence that didn't match anything in my knowledge of local wildlife. "We need to get off this trail," I said, looking around for alternative routes down the mountainside. "If that thing is using this area as hunting territory, we don't want to walk right into it." But as I examined our surroundings more carefully, I realized that leaving the marked trail might be even more dangerous than staying on it. The forest on either side of the path was dense and treacherous, filled with the same evidence of predator activity that had been disturbing us along the trail itself. Moreover, without the navigation aid of trail markers, we risked becoming lost in terrain that was challenging enough to navigate even with clear waypoints. "Let's just move as quickly and quietly as we can," Ben suggested. "Try to get through this section and back to more normal forest." It seemed like the best available option, though the idea of hurrying through unknown territory in darkness while potentially being stalked by an unknown predator was hardly comforting. We adjusted our pace, moving as quickly as safety allowed, while trying to minimize the noise of our passage. But as we pressed forward through the affected section of forest, it became increasingly clear that our situation was more serious than either of us had initially realized. The evidence of predator activity wasn't limited to a small area. It extended throughout the entire length of the bench trail, suggesting that whatever was responsible for the devastation had established a significant territory in this part of the mountain. More concerning was the growing realization that the creature we'd glimpsed might not be alone. As we moved deeper into its apparent territory, we began hearing sounds from multiple directions, suggesting that there might be several large predators active in the area around us. The sounds were subtle at first, just the occasional crack of a branch or rustle of leaves that could easily be dismissed as wind or settling vegetation. But as we continued our descent, the sounds became more frequent and more obviously the result of large animals moving through the forest with deliberate intent. "There's more than one of them," Ben said, his voice tight with controlled fear as we paused to listen to the sounds coming from the darkness around us. "And I think they know we're here." The realization that we might be surrounded by multiple unknown predators hit us with the force of physical blow. Every instinct I possessed was screaming at me to run, to abandon caution and simply flee down the mountainside as quickly as possible. But the rational part of my mind recognized that panic would be our enemy in this situation. Whatever was stalking us through the forest was clearly comfortable in this terrain and experienced in hunting. Our only advantages were our lights, our human intelligence, and our ability to stay calm under pressure. We need to stick together and keep moving, I whispered to Ben, though even that quiet communication felt dangerously loud in the oppressive silence around us. No sudden movements, no running unless we absolutely have to. Ben nodded, his face pale in the reflected glow of our headlamps. I could see that he was struggling with the same conflicting impulses that were tearing at me, the primal urge to flee, warring with the knowledge that flight might trigger an attack from creatures that were almost certainly faster and more agile than we could ever hope to be. We resumed our descent, but now every step felt like a calculated risk. The trail that had seemed reasonably clear and well marked during our ascent now appeared to be an obstacle course of potential hiding places and ambush points. Every shadow beyond our lamplight could conceal a waiting predator. Every sound could signal the beginning of an attack. The forest around us had fallen into a silence so complete that it felt supernatural. Not even the whisper of wind through the trees broke the oppressive quiet, and our own breathing and footsteps seemed amplified to an almost unbearable degree. It was as if the entire ecosystem had been holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. About 10 minutes into this nightmarish section of our descent, we encountered something that stopped us both dead in our tracks. Stretched across the trail ahead of us, barely visible in our combined lamplight, was what appeared to be the remains of a large animal. But this wasn't like the scattered bones we'd been seeing throughout the affected area. This was a fresh kill, so recent that I could see steam still rising from the exposed flesh. "Oh God," Ben whispered, his voice barely audible even in the crushing silence around us. What could do something like that? The carcass was that of an adult male kangaroo, one of the large eastern greys that were common throughout these mountains. But it had been killed and partially consumed in a way that defied everything I thought I knew about predator behavior. The animal had been opened with surgical precision, its internal organs removed with an efficiency that spoke of vast experience and intelligence. More disturbing than the method of killing was the apparent freshness of the kill. Blood was still pooling beneath the carcass, and the smell of death was sharp and immediate in the night air. Whatever had killed this kangaroo had done so very recently, possibly even while we were moving through the area above. "It's still warm," Ben said, though he made no move to approach the remains for a closer examination. This just happened. The implications were terrifying. Not only were we sharing this section of forest with unknown predators, but those predators were actively hunting in our immediate vicinity. The kangaroo had been a large, powerful animal, capable of defending itself against most natural threats. Whatever had killed it so efficiently was clearly a formidable predator with capabilities that went far beyond those of any native Australian species I was familiar with. As we stood frozen beside the fresh kill, trying to process the implications of what we were seeing, I became aware that the quality of the silence around us had changed again. It was no longer the empty quiet of a forest holding its breath. Now it carried an undertone of expectation, as if unseen watchers were observing our reactions and preparing to respond to our next move. "We can't stay here," I whispered to Ben, though every fiber of my being was reluctant to move past the gruesome evidence of predatory power spread across the trail ahead of us. "We need to get away from this kill site before whatever did this comes back." But as we prepared to edge around the carcass and continue our descent, a new sound froze us in place. It came from somewhere uphill, back in the direction of the summit we'd left hours earlier. A low, guttural vocalization that seemed to combine elements of a growl, a roar, and something else entirely, something that didn't fit into any category of animal sound I'd ever heard. The sound was answered almost immediately by similar calls from at least 2 other directions, creating a triangulation of predatory communication that left no doubt about our situation. We were surrounded, and whatever was surrounding us was coordinating its movements with a level of intelligence that turned my blood to ice water. "They're talking to each other," Ben whispered, his voice cracking with barely controlled terror. "They're organizing." The realization that we were dealing with predators capable of complex communication and coordinated hunting behavior shattered whatever remaining hope I might have had that we could simply walk away from this situation. These weren't random scavengers or even typical territorial predators. They were sophisticated hunters working together to trap their prey, and we had walked directly into their territory. The calls continued for several more seconds, a conversation in an alien language that nonetheless conveyed clear intent and purpose. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, the vocalizations stopped, leaving us in a silence that felt even more oppressive and threatening than the sounds had been. "They know exactly where we are," I said, stating the obvious but needing to voice the terrible truth of our situation. "And they're deciding what to do about us." In the distance, so faint that I initially thought I might be imagining it, I could hear the sound of movement through the forest. Not the random rustling of wind-blown vegetation or the casual passage of browsing animals, but the deliberate movement of large bodies through undergrowth, approaching our position with obvious intent. "We need to get our knives ready," Ben said, reaching into his pack and withdrawing the hunting knife he always carried on our hiking trips. "If they're going to attack, we need to be prepared to defend ourselves." I followed his example, drawing my own knife and checking that the blade was secure and sharp. The familiar weight of the weapon in my hand provided some small measure of comfort, though I harbored no illusions about our chances if we were forced to fight multiple large predators in their own territory. The sounds of approaching movement were getting closer now, and they seemed to be coming from multiple directions simultaneously. Whatever was stalking us wasn't approaching directly, but was instead maneuvering to surround us completely, cutting off any possible escape routes and ensuring that we would have no choice but to stand and fight when the moment came. "Back to back," Ben suggested, positioning himself so that we could cover all directions while maintaining visual contact with each other. "Try to keep them in front of our lights." It was a sound tactical decision, but as we stood in our defensive formation beside the butchered remains of the kangaroo, I couldn't help but feel that we were merely going through the motions of resistance. Whatever was hunting us had clearly done this before, and our amateur attempts at self-defense were unlikely to be more than a minor inconvenience to creatures that had already demonstrated their ability to kill large, powerful animals with frightening efficiency. The movement sounds were very close now, just beyond the reach of our combined lamplight. I could hear the careful placement of feet, the deliberate parting of vegetation, the controlled breathing of large predators preparing for the final phase of their hunt. And then, just at the edge of our vision, I caught my first clear glimpse of what had been stalking us through the mountain forest. What emerged from the darkness at the edge of our lamplight was unlike anything I had ever seen or imagined. At first glance, it might have been mistaken for an unusually large dog, but even a moment's observation revealed proportions and characteristics that belonged to no domestic animal or known wild species. The creature stood approximately 4 feet tall at the shoulder, with a body length that seemed to extend well beyond normal canine proportions. Its limbs were longer and more muscular than those of any dog, giving it a predatory grace that was both beautiful and terrifying. But it was the creature's head that truly marked it as something outside the normal order of nature. The skull was elongated and narrow, with powerful jaws that seemed designed for crushing bone rather than the tearing action typical of most predators. When the creature opened its mouth, revealing teeth that gleamed white in our lamplight, I could see canines that were far longer and more developed than those of any natural carnivore. Its eyes reflected our light with an intensity that spoke of exceptional night vision, but there was something else in that gaze, an intelligence that was uncomfortably close to human. "What the hell is that thing?" Ben whispered, his voice barely audible even in the crushing silence that surrounded us. The creature stood motionless at the edge of our light, studying us with an intensity that made it clear we were being evaluated rather than simply observed. Its head moved slightly as it shifted its gaze between the two of us, and I had the unsettling impression that it was assessing our potential as prey, calculating the best approach for an attack. But even more disturbing than the creature's physical appearance was the evidence of its recent feeding. Its muzzle and front legs were stained with fresh blood, and I could see fragments of what looked like fur caught in its teeth. The kangaroo carcass at our feet was clearly its work, and the creature showed no signs of being intimidated by our presence near its kill. As we stood frozen in our defensive positions, trying to process what we were seeing, movement at the periphery of our vision revealed that the first creature wasn't alone. Two more of the things emerged from the darkness on our flanks, moving with the same fluid grace and obvious intelligence that characterized their companion. All three creatures were similar in size and general appearance, but I could see subtle differences that suggested they might be different individuals rather than some kind of collective entity. One was slightly smaller than the others, with markings around its eyes that looked almost like war paint. Another had what appeared to be scars across its shoulder and flank, evidence of previous battles that it had survived. 3 of them, Ben said, his voice tight with controlled terror as he tracked the movements of the creatures surrounding us. And I think there might be more in the darkness. He was right. Even though only 3 of the creatures were visible in our lamplight, I could hear sounds of movement from other directions that suggested we were facing a larger pack. These weren't random scavengers drawn by the scent of fresh kill. They were organized hunters working together to trap and eliminate a perceived threat to their territory. The lead creature, the largest of the 3 we could see clearly, took a step closer to us. Its movement was fluid and confident, showing no signs of fear or hesitation. When it opened its mouth, the sound that emerged was the same guttural vocalization we'd heard earlier. But delivered at close range, it carried an undertone of menace that made my skin crawl. The call was answered immediately by its companions, creating a chorus of alien sounds that seemed to reverberate through the forest around us. But more disturbing than the volume was the obvious communication taking place. These creatures weren't simply making noise. They were coordinating their actions with a level of sophistication that suggested intelligence comparable to that of pack-hunting mammals like wolves or wild dogs. "They're planning something," I said, though stating the obvious provided no comfort in our desperate situation. "We need to make them think we're more dangerous than we actually are." Ben raised his knife, holding it in a position where the blade would catch and reflect our lamplight. "Maybe if we show them we're armed, they'll decide we're not worth the trouble." But even as he spoke, both of us realized how futile our weapons would be against creatures of this size and apparent ferocity. The knives that had seemed adequate for general hiking safety now felt like toys in the face of predators that had demonstrated their ability to kill animals far larger and more powerful than ourselves. The lead creature took another step forward, and I could see its muscles tensing in preparation for what I was certain would be an attack. Its eyes never left our faces, and there was something in that predatory gaze that spoke of vast experience in hunting intelligent prey. But then, just as I was preparing for the creature to spring forward, something unexpected happened. The fresh carcass of the kangaroo that lay between us and the predators began to emit a low sound, a kind of wet gurgling that suggested the animal might not be as dead as we had assumed. All 3 creatures immediately shifted their attention to the carcass, their predatory focus momentarily broken by the possibility that their prey might still be alive. It was a distraction that lasted only seconds, but it provided us with our first real opportunity since the encounter had begun. "Now," I whispered to Ben, recognizing that we might not get another chance to improve our position. "Move toward that big tree. Slowly." The tree I'd indicated was a massive eucalyptus about 10 meters to our right, with a trunk large enough to provide some protection if we could reach it. More importantly, its lower branches were thick enough to support our weight if we could manage to climb beyond the reach of ground-based predators. We began moving sideways, maintaining our back-to-back formation while edging toward the potential refuge of the tree. The creatures noticed our movement immediately, but their attention was still partially focused on the kangaroo carcass, which had fallen silent again but continued to command their interest. Step by careful step, we covered the distance to the tree, expecting at any moment to trigger an attack that would end our desperate attempt at escape. But the creatures seemed content to watch our progress, perhaps confident that they could run us down easily if we attempted to flee. When we reached the base of the eucalyptus, Ben immediately began examining the trunk for handholds that would allow us to climb. The bark was rough and deeply furrowed, providing plenty of grip for experienced climbers, but getting started would require one of us to be vulnerable while the other provided protection. "I'll go first," Ben said, handing me his knife so that I would be armed with both weapons during the critical moments when he would be unable to defend himself. "Try to keep them back until I can get high enough to help pull you up." It was a reasonable plan, but as Ben began his climb, the largest of the creatures finally lost interest in the kangaroo carcass and focused its full attention on our escape attempt. The intelligence in its eyes was unmistakable as it calculated angles and distances, clearly planning its attack to coincide with the moment when we would be most vulnerable. The creature gathered itself for a spring just as Ben reached the first substantial branch, about 3 meters above the ground. With a fluid motion that spoke of tremendous power and coordination, it launched itself toward the tree, its jaws gaping wide and its claws extended for maximum damage. I had perhaps 2 seconds to react, and in that time I made a decision that probably saved both our lives. Instead of trying to stab the creature with one of the knives, I grabbed the most powerful flashlight from my pack and aimed its beam directly into the predator's eyes at the moment of its attack. The intense light, concentrated and sudden after the creature's adaptation to darkness, had an immediate and dramatic effect. The predator's leap faltered midair, and it crashed into the base of the tree with a bone-jarring impact that sent it tumbling back toward its companions. "Climb!" Ben shouted from above, extending his hand to help pull me up toward the relative safety of the branches. The light hurt it, but it won't stay down long. The temporary advantage provided by the flashlight's blinding effect lasted only seconds, but it was enough time for me to scramble up the rough bark of the eucalyptus with Ben's assistance. As I pulled myself onto the first substantial branch, I could hear the injured creature below us recovering from its collision with the tree trunk, its vocalizations now carrying a note of pain and fury that made it clear our defensive success had only intensified its desire for revenge. From our elevated position, roughly 4 meters above the ground, we had a better view of what we were dealing with. The 3 creatures we'd seen clearly were indeed part of a larger pack, with at least 2 more of the things visible at the edge of our combined lamplight. They moved with coordinated purpose around the base of the tree, testing the bark with their claws and clearly calculating whether they could follow us into the branches. "Can they climb?" Ben asked, voicing the question that was foremost in both our minds. "Because if they can, we're trapped up here." I studied the creature's anatomy more carefully, looking for clues about their climbing ability. Their claws were certainly substantial enough for gripping bark, and their limb proportions suggested considerable strength and agility. But their body weight and muscle mass seemed optimized for ground-based hunting rather than arboreal locomotion. "I don't think so," I said, though I wasn't entirely confident in my assessment. "They're built more like pursuit predators than climbers, but we can't stay up here indefinitely." Below us, the largest creature was indeed testing its ability to ascend the tree trunk. Its claws found purchase in the deep furrows of the eucalyptus bark, and it managed to pull itself several feet off the ground before its weight and the smooth sections of trunk defeated its efforts. Each attempt brought it closer to success, however, and I realized that given enough time and determination, it might eventually find a way to reach our refuge. The other members of the pack were taking a different approach to the problem we represented. Rather than focusing on immediate attack, they seemed to be settling in for a siege, positioning themselves around the tree in a formation that would prevent any attempt at escape. Their patience and tactical thinking were more disturbing than their physical capabilities, suggesting a level of intelligence that put them closer to human reasoning than animal instinct. "They're going to wait us out," Ben observed, coming to the same conclusion I'd reached. "They know we can't stay up here forever." He was right. and our situation was more precarious than it might initially appear. While we were temporarily safe from direct attack, we were also trapped without food, water, or any means of communication with the outside world. More importantly, the creatures below showed no signs of losing interest or wandering away to pursue easier prey. As I considered our limited options, I noticed that the forest around us was beginning to show the first subtle signs of approaching dawn. The absolute darkness that had concealed the full extent of our predicament was starting to give way to the barely perceptible lightening that preceded sunrise. While dawn was still hours away, the gradual increase in ambient light might provide us with opportunities that had been impossible in complete darkness. "How much battery life do we have left in our lights?" I asked Ben, suddenly aware that our flashlights and headlamps had been running continuously for many hours. "We might need to conserve power for when we really need it." Ben checked his equipment, his face grim as he calculated the remaining charge. "Maybe another hour of useful light from the headlamps, longer if we use them sparingly. The big flashlight that scared off the attack probably has more, but not much." It was better than I'd feared, but still far from adequate for what we might need to do. If the creatures maintained their siege until full daylight, we would have several hours during which our artificial lighting would be useless, leaving us dependent on natural vision that would be inferior to the night-adapted eyes of our predators. As we discussed our situation, one of the creatures below us did something that chilled me to the bone. Rather than continuing to test the tree trunk for climbing possibilities, it moved away from our position and began what appeared to be a systematic patrol of the surrounding area. I watched in horrified fascination as it moved from tree to tree, testing each one for its potential as an escape route. "It's checking the other trees," I whispered to Ben, "making sure we can't jump to another trunk and get away." The creature's methodical approach to cutting off our escape options demonstrated a level of tactical thinking that was genuinely terrifying. These weren't simple predators operating on instinct alone. They were intelligent hunters capable of complex problem-solving and long-term strategic planning. But even as I watched the creature's systematic patrol, I noticed something that might provide us with a slim chance of escape. About 20 meters from our current position, slightly downhill from where we were trapped, stood another large eucalyptus tree whose canopy nearly touched that of our refuge. The gap between the trees was significant, perhaps 3 meters at the closest point, but it might be possible to make the jump if we timed it correctly. More importantly, the patrolling creature hadn't yet tested this particular tree for climbing accessibility. If we could reach it without being detected, we might find a route down that would put us beyond the immediate reach of the pack. "Look at that tree," I whispered to Ben, pointing out the potential escape route. "Think we could make that jump?" Ben studied the distance and the angles involved, his expression thoughtful despite our desperate circumstances. "Maybe if we got a good running start along this branch, but we'd have to time it perfectly and we'd only get one chance." He was right about the timing. The jump would have to be made while the creatures were distracted or focused elsewhere, and any mistake would send us crashing to the ground directly into the midst of the pack. But staying in our current position offered no better prospects, and at least attempting an escape would give us some control over our fate. "Wait for my signal," I said, watching the patrol patterns of the creatures below us. "When that big one moves far enough away, we'll make our move." For the next several minutes, we waited and watched, learning the rhythm of the pack's movements and looking for the optimal moment to attempt our desperate escape. The creatures maintained their positions with the patience of experienced hunters, but their attention seemed to be focused primarily on preventing us from descending our current tree rather than monitoring the surrounding canopy. Finally, the moment came. The largest creature had moved to investigate something in the distance, and the others were momentarily focused on its activities rather than our position. It was the best opportunity we were likely to get. "Now," I whispered to Ben, and together we rose from our concealed positions and began moving as quickly and quietly as possible along the thick branch that extended toward our target tree. The branch held our combined weight without any alarming sounds or movements, and we covered the distance to the jumping point faster than I had dared hope. Below us, the creatures hadn't yet noticed our movement, their attention still focused on their leader's distant patrol. "Together," Ben said, and we launched ourselves across the gap between the trees with all the strength and coordination we could muster. For a terrifying moment, we hung suspended in midair, and I was certain that we had misjudged the distance and would fall short of our target. But then Ben's outstretched hand caught a branch of the destination tree, and his grip held long enough for both of us to scramble into the relative safety of the new canopy. The sound of our landing immediately attracted the attention of the pack below, and their vocalizations filled the forest with an alien chorus of frustration and renewed determination. But we had successfully broken their siege, and now we had access to a tree that offered multiple routes down to ground level. "Keep moving," I urged Ben as we began our rapid descent through the branches of our new refuge. "They'll be here in seconds." We half climbed, half fell through the eucalyptus canopy, driven by the sound of approaching predators and the knowledge that our window of opportunity was measured in seconds rather than minutes. When we reached a point about 2 meters above the ground, we simply dropped, landing hard but intact on the forest floor. "Run," Ben said, and we plunged into the darkness of the forest, abandoning stealth for speed as we crashed through undergrowth and leaped over obstacles that our headlamps revealed at the last possible moment. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit were immediate and terrifying. The creatures had apparently anticipated our escape attempt and were already moving to intercept us. But we had the advantage of desperation and the knowledge that capture meant certain death. For the next hour, we ran through forest that became increasingly familiar as we descended toward the lower elevations. Our headlamps carved tunnels of light through the darkness, revealing the blessed sight of normal, healthy vegetation and the absence of the predatory spoor that had marked the hunting territory above. When we finally reached the parking area where Ben's truck waited, both of us were exhausted, bloodied by branches and thorns, and shaking with residual terror. But we were alive, and the familiar sight of human civilization had never looked more beautiful. "We need to report this," Ben said as we drove away from the mountain, his hands trembling slightly on the steering wheel. "People need to know what's up there." I nodded, though I was already wondering whether anyone would believe our story. The creatures we'd encountered didn't fit into any category of known wildlife, and our tale of intelligent predators coordinating attacks would sound like fantasy to park rangers and wildlife officials. But as we descended into the valley and the lights of town grew brighter ahead of us, I made a silent promise to myself. Whatever those things were, and wherever they had come from, I would never again venture into the mountains at night. Some discoveries were too dangerous to repeat, and some knowledge was too terrible to verify. The sun was rising as we reached the safety of Ben's apartment, and in the growing light of dawn, the nightmare we'd experienced already seemed impossible and distant. But the memory of those intelligent, predatory eyes would stay with me forever, a reminder that the world still held mysteries that were better left unexplored. God help anyone else who might encounter those creatures unprepared for what waited in the darkness of Mount Korogong's upper slopes. When I moved to Manawee, Nebraska, I didn't expect to find myself fighting for my life. Manawee, with its single resident, Elsie Eiler, was the least populated town in the United States. I'd come here to write, needing solitude to finish my novel. Elsie ran the library and the tavern, both places I frequented. She was a spry woman, sharp as a tack, and we quickly became friends. The solitude was exactly what I needed. My apartment in Chicago had become a prison of distractions, constant traffic noise, neighbors fighting through paper-thin walls, and the incessant ping of notifications from a world I was trying to escape. Here in Manawee, there was nothing but the whisper of prairie grass and the occasional passing train to break the silence. My rented cabin sat a quarter-mile from the center of what once was a town. It was small but comfortable. A bedroom, bathroom, kitchenette, and a living area with a desk positioned beneath a window that overlooked the endless Nebraska plains. The isolation felt like a luxury at first. I would wake before sunrise, make a pot of coffee, and write until my fingers cramped. Then I'd walk to Elsie's tavern for lunch and human connection. Elsie became my window into Manaway's past. In her 70s, she had seen the town's slow death firsthand. Used to be 150 people here when I was a girl, she told me one afternoon as she wiped down the bar counter. Had a school, church, post office, real community. What happened? I asked, genuinely curious about how a town could simply fade away. Same thing that happened to most small farming towns. Young folks left for opportunities elsewhere. Farms got bigger, needed fewer hands. Then the railroad cut back service. She shrugged, but I could see the loss in her eyes. My husband, Rudy, and I were the last two. When he passed in 2004, it was just me. I admired her resilience. Running a tavern and a library for travelers and the occasional writer like me seemed like a lonely existence, but Elsie never complained. She was the unofficial mayor, treasurer, and sole citizen of Manaway. My first 2 weeks passed uneventfully. I made significant progress on my novel, a supernatural thriller about urban isolation. Ironic, given my current rural seclusion. The peace and quiet of Manaway was therapeutic, healing something in me I hadn't realized was broken. Then came the night everything changed. I was in the tavern, nursing a beer and chatting with Elsie about the town's history. She told me about the days when Manaway had a bustling population of 150 and how it had dwindled to just her. The stories were fascinating, and I found myself staying longer than usual. It was nearly midnight when I decided to walk back to my rented cabin. "You sure you don't want to borrow my flashlight?" Elsie asked as I stood to leave. "I'll be fine," I assured her. "The moon's bright enough tonight." The night was cool, and the stars were bright in the vast Nebraska sky. The path to my cabin was a dirt road flanked by tall, swaying grass. I walked slowly, enjoying the peacefulness. The moonlight cast long, shifting shadows across the landscape, transforming the familiar daytime terrain into something more primal and mysterious. I just reached the bend in the road when I heard a rustling in the grass. It could have been the wind or a small animal, but something felt off. The sound seemed too deliberate, too purposeful. "Who's there?" I called out, feeling foolish immediately after. This was Manaway, population 1, plus me. There was nobody else for miles. Silence answered me. I shook my head, chuckling to myself, and continued walking. The rustling resumed, this time accompanied by the sound of heavy breathing. I turned around but saw nothing in the silvery moonlight except the gently waving grass. Picking up my pace, I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination, perhaps my writer's mind conjuring threats where none existed. I wasn't armed, which, in hindsight, was a mistake. The breathing grew louder, more labored. It didn't sound human or like any animal I recognized. It reminded me of the wheezing gasps of my grandfather in his final days, desperate and hungry for air. My skin prickled with goosebumps despite the mild night. When I reached my cabin, I locked the door behind me and checked the windows. Everything seemed secure. I drew the curtains, suddenly aware of how exposed I felt with the darkness pressing against the glass. I sat at the small wooden desk in the corner and tried to write, but my mind kept drifting back to the rustling and breathing. The cursor blinked on my laptop screen, mocking my distraction. I typed a few sentences describing what I'd heard, trying to convince myself it was nothing but good material for my novel. Finally, I decided to call it a night. I shut down my laptop, brushed my teeth, and crawled into bed. Sleep came fitfully, filled with dreams of being pursued through endless fields of grass by something I couldn't see, but could hear breathing just behind me. I woke to the sound of scratching at the door. Groggy and disoriented, I grabbed the nearest object, a heavy brass lamp, and approached the door. The scratching continued, not the random pawing of an animal, but rhythmic, almost deliberate. 3 scratches, pause. 3 scratches, pause. As if whatever was outside was counting. The scratching stopped just as I reached the door. I listened for a moment, heart hammering in my chest, then opened the door a crack. Nothing. No animal, no person, just the dark Nebraska night and the distant call of an owl. I stepped outside, the lamp raised above my head, scanning the area. The night was silent again, and I felt a chill that wasn't from the air. Something had been here. The evidence was clear in the deep gouges marring the wooden door. I ran my fingers over them, feeling their depth and sharpness. Whatever made these marks had claws or talons, not ordinary nails. Sleep was impossible after that. I spent the rest of the night in a chair facing the door, lamp within reach, jumping at every sound, the settling of the cabin's wooden frame, the hoot of an owl, the whisper of wind through the grass. By dawn, my eyes were gritty with exhaustion, but I had convinced myself that a coyote or wolf was the most likely culprit. The morning light revealed more than just claw marks on the door. Around the cabin's perimeter, the tall grass had been flattened in a circle, as if something had been pacing. There were no distinct footprints, just a matted trail winding around my temporary home. Whatever had visited in the night had spent considerable time out there, watching, waiting. The next morning, I mentioned the incident to Elsie as she served me coffee at the tavern. She frowned, her eyes narrowing, the wrinkles around them deepening. "Be careful, Julian," she said, her voice dropping to just above a whisper. "This land holds more than just memories." I laughed it off, but her words stuck with me. "What do you mean by that? Are there wolves around here or something?" Elsie shook her head slowly. "Ain't no wolves made those marks, not if they're as deep as you say. Not if they came with that breathing you heard." She looked around the empty tavern as if checking for eavesdroppers in a town of 2 people. "There are stories in these parts, old stories. My grandfather used to tell tales about something that lived in the grasslands before the settlers came. Something that didn't take kindly to being displaced." "Like a Native American legend?" I asked, intrigued despite my skepticism. "Older, according to him. The Pawnee had stories about it too. Called it the Pahuk, the hill that speaks. Said it was a gateway to the spirit world." She poured herself a cup of coffee and sat across from me. "Most folks wrote it off as superstition, but every generation or so, someone goes missing out here. No trace, no explanation." I felt a chill despite the warm coffee mug in my hands. "You think that's what was outside my cabin?" Elsie shrugged. "I think you should start locking your door earlier and maybe borrow my shotgun." She stood up, signaling the end of the conversation. "Just in case." That evening, I decided to take a different route back to the cabin, hoping to avoid whatever had disturbed me the night before. The new path led me through a dense thicket of trees that bordered the eastern edge of what used to be town property. It was darker and more ominous, but it felt safer somehow, as if the trees might hide me from watching eyes. The sun was setting as I entered the thicket, casting long fingers of dying light through the branches. Shadows played across the path, making it difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. The air felt heavier here, charged with some nameless tension. Birds fell silent as I passed, their absence creating a vacuum of sound filled only by my footsteps on the leaf-littered ground. Halfway through the thicket, I heard footsteps behind me. I stopped, listening. The footsteps stopped, too, with an unnatural precision that sent ice through my veins. I turned around, but the dense underbrush obscured my view. The fading light transformed the thicket into a maze of shadow and suggestion, where every tree trunk could be concealing a watcher. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding thin and frightened even to my own ears. "Elsie, is that you?" No answer came, but I could feel eyes on me, calculating and cold. The sensation made my skin crawl, like spiders tracing invisible patterns across my back. I hurried along the path, the footsteps resuming behind me, matching my pace with eerie precision. Each time I sped up, they did too. Each time I slowed, hoping to catch a glimpse of my pursuer, they slowed as well, always maintaining the same distance. When I reached a fallen log blocking the path, I had to slow down to climb over it. The footsteps behind me slowed too, but didn't stop. As I scrambled over the rotting wood, my hand sank into something wet and viscous. I jerked back in disgust, holding my palm up to the fading light. It was covered in a thick, black substance that smelled of copper and rot, like blood left too long in the open air. Panic surged through me. I broke into a run, heart pounding, not daring to look back. Branches whipped at my face and arms as I abandoned the path, crashing through the underbrush in a blind dash toward the clearing near my cabin. The footsteps behind me quickened to a run as well, no longer bothering to maintain their distance. Whatever was pursuing me was giving chase. When I reached the clearing near my cabin, the footsteps stopped. I burst through the door and locked it, panting. I sat on the floor back against the door, trying to calm myself. My phone had no signal and there was no landline. I felt isolated, vulnerable. The only other person for miles was Elsie, and reaching her would mean venturing back outside. As my breathing slowed and my heartbeat returned to something resembling normal, I became aware of a sound from outside. Not footsteps, but breathing. The same labored, wheezing breath I'd heard the night before, now right outside my door. It moved slowly around the cabin, pausing at each window as if looking for a way in. I needed to know what or who was following me. The next day, I borrowed a rifle from Elsie. She didn't ask why, and I didn't offer an explanation. Her eyes told me she already knew. She showed me how to load it, aim, and fire, her weathered hands moving with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd grown up with firearms as tools of survival rather than weapons. Aim for center mass, she advised. Don't try to be fancy. And Julian... She fixed me with a stern look. If you pull this trigger, you better mean it. Nothing worse than wounding something that's already angry. I spent the day fortifying my cabin as best I could. I nailed boards across the windows, leaving just enough space to see through and, if necessary, aim a rifle. I dragged the heavy wooden dresser in front of the door as an additional barrier. Then I waited. That night, I sat in my cabin, rifle across my lap, waiting. The hours ticked by slowly, marked only by the steady ticking of the clock on the wall and the occasional distant cry of a coyote. The moon rose, bathing the clearing outside in cold blue light that turned the waving grass into a spectral sea. Around midnight, the scratching started again. This time it was louder, more insistent. It moved from the door to the windows, circling the cabin with methodical patience. I followed the sound with the rifle barrel, muscles tense, finger hovering near the trigger. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the scratching, pregnant with anticipation. I took a deep breath, moved the dresser away from the door with trembling hands, and opened it, rifle ready. Standing in the doorway was a creature unlike anything I'd ever seen. It was tall, hunched, with matted fur that might once have been brown but was now stained black in patches with what looked like dried blood. Its limbs were too long, too thin, jointed in places where no joints should be. But it was the eyes that froze me in place. Yellow orbs that glowed in the moonlight with an intelligence that was unmistakably malevolent. It didn't move, just stared at me with those terrible eyes. My heart raced, but I held the rifle steady, the barrel pointed at the center of its chest, just as Elsie had taught me. "Get out of here!" I shouted, my voice cracking with fear. The creature tilted its head, almost curiously. Then it took a step forward, its movement fluid yet wrong somehow, like watching film footage played backward. I fired without conscious thought, the sound of the shot shattering the night's silence. The creature let out a pained cry before disappearing into the darkness, not running, but simply gone, as if it had dissolved into the shadows themselves. I slammed the door shut, bolting it and dragging the dresser back into place. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, and the smell of gunpowder filled the small cabin. I didn't sleep the rest of the night, my mind racing with what I'd seen. The creature defied categorization. Not quite animal, not quite human. Its eyes had held recognition, understanding. It had known me. In the morning, I found blood on the ground outside. Not red, but black and thick, with an iridescent quality that caught the light like oil on water. It formed a trail leading into the tall grass, then stopped abruptly, as if whatever had been bleeding had simply vanished. I told Elsie about the encounter, describing the creature in halting terms, struggling to capture its wrongness in words. She just nodded, her lined face grave. "There's something in these parts," she said softly, pouring me a stronger drink than my usual morning coffee. "It's been here longer than me, longer than this town. My grandfather used to say it was here before people, before the grass, maybe before the land itself." "What is it?" I asked, desperate for any explanation that might make sense of what I'd seen. Elsie shook her head. "Don't rightly know. Nobody does. It doesn't have a proper name, at least not one that human tongues can say." She took a long sip of her coffee. "Some call it the Whistler on account of the sound it makes sometimes, like wind through a cracked window. Others call it the Long Walker because it's been seen crossing the plains in impossibly long strides, covering miles in minutes." "Have you ever seen it?" I asked. "Once," she admitted, her eyes distant with memory. "Night Rudy died. Saw it standing at the foot of his hospital bed, watching. Thought it was just grief and exhaustion playing tricks on me, but..." She trailed off, shaking her head. "Next morning, trail of that black blood leading from his room all the way out of the hospital. Nobody could explain it." I decided to stay another night, determined to get to the bottom of this. Perhaps it was foolish bravado, or perhaps the writer in me couldn't walk away from such a story. Either way, I found myself once again walking to the tavern with the rifle slung over my shoulder as the sun began to set. Elsie didn't say anything about the weapon, just poured me a drink. As the night wore on and my glass emptied several times, the door to the tavern swung open, admitting a gust of cold wind and a man I'd never seen before. He was tall, with a rugged look about him, weathered skin stretched over sharp cheekbones, a salt and pepper beard that hadn't seen a trim in months, and eyes the pale blue of a winter sky. He wore canvas pants, a flannel shirt, and a leather jacket that had seen better days. A hunting knife hung from his belt, and the calluses on his hands spoke of a life of hard work. He scanned the nearly empty tavern, his gaze settling on me. With deliberate steps, he approached and sat next to me at the bar, ordering a beer from Elsie with a nod and a grunt. "You're the writer, huh?" he said, looking at me with those piercing blue eyes. I nodded, surprised. "Word travels fast. Not much else to talk about around here." He took a long pull from his beer. "Heard you had a run-in with the creature." The way he said it, the creature, sent a chill through me. Not a creature. The creature. As if there could be only one thing we might be discussing. "You could say that," I replied, studying him more carefully now. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "I've been tracking it for years. Killed my brother back in '09. Been on its trail ever since." The revelation sent a chill through me. "What is it?" I asked. The same question I'd put to Elsie earlier that day. "Don't know," he said, echoing her answer. "But it's dangerous, and it's smart. Smarter than most people give it credit for." He rolled up his sleeve, revealing a forearm crisscrossed with scars, 3 parallel lines, deep and puckered, the mark of claws. "Got me outside Scottsbluff 3 years ago. Would have finished me if I hadn't had a flare gun." "It's afraid of fire?" I asked, filing the information away. "Not afraid. Nothing scares it, far as I can tell. But bright light blinds it temporarily. Gives you a chance to run." He finished his beer and motioned to Elsie for another. "Name's Ray Burnett, by the way." "Julian Foster," I replied, offering my hand. He shook it, his grip firm, calloused palm rough against mine. We talked for hours, sharing what we knew. He was a hunter, had been following the creature's trail from state to state for over a decade. He believed it was drawn to isolated places, preying on the unsuspecting, hikers, campers, lone travelers, and the occasional unfortunate resident of America's emptier spaces. It doesn't just kill, Ray explained, his voice dropping even lower. It studies, watches, learns. I've seen it mimic human behavior, even human speech sometimes. Speech? The idea that the thing I'd shot at could talk was deeply unsettling. Not like you and me talking, more like echoes, phrases it's heard, names, calls out in a voice it's stolen to lure people in. He shuddered visibly. Heard it call my brother's name once 2 years after he died. His voice, perfect, like he was standing right behind me. He showed me scars from encounters past and warned me to leave Manawee while I still could. But I couldn't. I had to know more. The writer in me, the part that had always been drawn to darkness and mystery, wouldn't let me walk away now. I'm setting a trap tonight, Ray announced as closing time approached. Been planning it for weeks. Got everything ready up at my campsite. He eyed the rifle leaning against the bar beside me. Could use another gun. I should have said no. Should have packed my things and driven away from Manawee as fast as my car would take me. Instead, I heard myself say, I'm in. That night, the hunter and I set a trap, baiting it with meat he'd prepared specially. Raw venison soaked in blood and something else he wouldn't specify, a concoction he claimed would be irresistible to the creature. We positioned the bait just inside my cabin door, then sat waiting in the darkness, guns ready. The cabin felt different with Ray there, smaller, more crowded, yet somehow safer. He moved with the quiet confidence of a man who'd faced death before and walked away. We spoke little as darkness fell, each lost in our own thoughts as we watched the door and windows for any sign of movement. Ray had brought additional weapons, a shotgun loaded with custom shells, a flare gun as he'd mentioned, and most surprisingly, a canister of what he claimed was homemade napalm. Last resort, he explained when he caught me staring at it. If things go sideways, we burn the cabin and run. His matter-of-fact tone suggested he'd done something similar before. The hours dragged by, the tension thick in the air. Outside, the prairie wind whispered through the grass, occasionally rising to a moan that made the cabin's timbers creak. Each sound drew our attention, set our nerves on edge, but the creature didn't show. Maybe it knows, I whispered around 11. Maybe it can sense the trap. Ray shook his head. It'll come. It's curious. That's its weakness. Can't resist investigating something new. He checked his watch. Give it another hour. Around midnight, the scratching began again. This time, it was more aggressive, as if the creature knew we were waiting. It moved around the cabin's perimeter, testing each window, each weak point in our defenses. The scratching was interspersed with that familiar labored breathing, now accompanied by a low, rumbling growl that seemed to vibrate through the floorboards. Get ready, Ray whispered, raising his shotgun. When it comes through that door, aim for the chest. Don't hesitate. The scratching stopped abruptly. Silence fell, broken only by our breathing and the pounding of blood in my ears. Then, without warning, the door burst open, wood splintering around the lock as if it had been hit by a battering ram. The creature lunged at us, moving so fast it was almost a blur. It was larger than I remembered, its limbs longer, its yellow eyes blazing in the darkness. Ray fired. The shotgun's roar deafening in the confined space. The creature took the blast to the shoulder, black blood spattering across the wall behind it. It howled in pain, the sound like metal scraping against stone, inhuman and terrible. The smell hit me then. Decay and copper. The stench of old blood and something else, something chemical and alien. I fired too, the rifle's recoil jarring my shoulder, but it barely slowed the creature down. It swiped at Ray, its claws leaving the air with an audible whoosh, catching him across the chest and sending him crashing into the wall. I fired again, aiming for its head as it turned toward me. The bullet grazed its skull, tearing a furrow through the matted fur and revealing something underneath that wasn't bone but a hard, chitinous substance that gleamed dully in the moonlight streaming through the broken door. The creature staggered back, shaking its misshapen head. Blood, or what passed for it, dripped from its wounds, sizzling where it hit the wooden floor like acid. It fixed those terrible yellow eyes on me, and I braced myself for the attack, knowing the rifle wouldn't stop it, knowing I was about to die. But then it stopped, sniffing the air. Its head tilted in that unnatural way again, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. It turned and fled into the night, leaving us shaken and bleeding. Ray was in bad shape. The creature's claws had torn through his jacket and shirt, leaving 3 deep gashes across his chest. I helped him to the bed, using a first aid kit to clean and bandage the wounds as best I could. "Why did it run?" I asked as I worked. "It had us. It could have killed us both." Ray winced as I applied antiseptic to the wounds. "Don't know. Never seen it retreat like that before. Usually once it attacks, it doesn't stop until..." He didn't need to finish the sentence. We spent the rest of the night tending to our wounds and trying to understand what had happened. The hunter was convinced that we had injured it badly, but not fatally. He planned to follow its trail at first light, determined to end it once and for all. "You should leave," he told me as dawn approached. "Go back to Chicago or wherever you came from. This isn't your fight." "It became my fight when that thing tried to kill me," I argued. "Besides, you're in no condition to track anything." He chuckled, then winced at the pain it caused. "Been hurt worse. But you're right about one thing. Could use some help." I should have taken the out he'd offered. Should have packed my laptop and manuscripts and left Minoe in my rearview mirror. But something had changed in me during that night of terror. I'd faced the creature and survived. More importantly, I'd glimpsed something beyond the mundane world I'd always known. Something ancient and mysterious that defied explanation. The writer in me couldn't walk away from that story untold. "I'll help you," I said. "But first we need supplies and rest." We spent the day preparing. I drove into the nearest town with a proper store, 30 miles away, and stocked up on first aid supplies, food, water, ammunition, and camping gear. When I returned, Ray had mapped out a likely route for the creature based on previous patterns and the direction it had fled. "It likes to den up in abandoned structures," he explained, pointing to circled locations on his worn map. "Old farmhouses, barns, root cellars, places with access to the ground underneath. I think it digs tunnels, connects these places underground." "Like a network?" I asked, studying the map. The circled locations formed no obvious pattern to my eye. "Exactly. It's not random. It's systematic." He traced a finger along invisible lines connecting the circles. "It's building something out here. Has been for decades, maybe centuries." "Building what?" Ray shook his head. "That's what I aim to find out, and then end it, once and for all." As night fell again, we set out on the creature's trail, following the distinctive black blood spatters that glowed faintly in the beam of our flashlights. The trail led us away from Manoe, across the open prairie, and toward an abandoned farmstead Ray had marked on his map. The old farmhouse loomed against the night sky, a dark silhouette with broken windows like empty eye sockets. The blood trail led straight to the front door, which hung askew on rusted hinges. "Ready?" Ray whispered, checking his shotgun. I nodded, gripping my rifle tightly. We approached slowly, flashlight sweeping the overgrown yard for any sign of movement. The front porch creaked under our weight, boards rotted through in places. Ray pushed the door open with the barrel of his shotgun, revealing darkness beyond. The smell hit us immediately. That same decay and copper stench, now mixed with the musty odor of abandonment. Our flashlight beams cut through the darkness, revealing peeling wallpaper, broken furniture, and a floor stained black with the creature's blood. The trail led across the living room and down a hallway toward what was once the kitchen. We followed cautiously, every sense alert for danger. The kitchen was empty except for a rusted sink and counters covered in decades of dust. The blood trail ended at a door in the floor, a root cellar entrance, its iron ring handle gleaming dully in our flashlight beams. "This is it," Ray whispered. "It's down there." I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry. Are we really going down there after it? Wounded animals are the most dangerous. "It's not an animal," Ray replied, his voice grim. "And yes, we're going down. It's wounded. Might be our only chance to finish this." He handed me the flare gun. "If things go bad, use this. Aim for the eyes." Then he lifted the cellar door. The stench that rose from the dark opening was overwhelming. The copper blood smell now mixed with something else, something primordial and rotten. A damp, cold breath of air wafted up from below, carrying whispers that might have been the wind through underground tunnels or something else entirely. Ray went first, shotgun ready, descending the rotting wooden steps into darkness. I followed, rifle in one hand, flashlight in the other, the flare gun tucked into my belt. The cellar was larger than I expected, the earthen walls reinforced with timbers that looked centuries old. Our flashlight beams revealed shelves lined with ancient preserving jars, their contents long since turned to unidentifiable mush. But it was what lay beyond the original cellar that froze my blood. A tunnel had been dug into the far wall, its entrance roughly circular and large enough for a man to walk through upright. Or for something man-sized but not man-shaped. "Jesus," I whispered. "How far does it go?" Ray played his flashlight over the tunnel entrance. "Miles, maybe. I've found others like this. They connect, form a network under the prairie." He pointed to markings carved into the tunnel walls, symbols that resembled no alphabet I'd ever seen, curved and angular at once, somehow painful to look at directly. "What are those?" "Don't know. Some kind of language, I think. Or a map." Ray stepped closer to the tunnel. "The blood trail leads in. It's in there, probably wounded, probably waiting." "Should we really go in?" The prospect of entering that narrow space, of being trapped underground with the creature, made my skin crawl. Ray's eyes were hard in the flashlight's reflected glow. "I've been hunting this thing for 15 years. I'm not stopping now." He checked his shotgun one last time. "But you can stay here if you want. Keep watch. Pride wouldn't let me take the coward's way out. If this man, wounded and driven by vengeance, could face the darkness, so could I." "I'm coming," I said, steeling myself. The tunnel was a nightmare. Barely wide enough for our shoulders, its ceiling low enough to force us to hunch over, it wound into the earth in a gradual downward spiral. The walls were packed earth mixed with something else, a clay-like substance that gleamed wetly in our flashlights and seemed to pulse subtly, as if breathing. The air grew thicker the deeper we went, heavy with moisture and that alien stench. We followed the blood trail in silence, each lost in private fears. The tunnel branched occasionally, but the creature's path was clear, always downward, always deeper. After what felt like hours, the passage widened abruptly, opening into a chamber that stole what little breath I had left. It was vast, far larger than should have been possible so far underground. Our flashlights couldn't reach the ceiling or the far walls. What they did reveal was enough to shatter my understanding of the world. The chamber was filled with structures, not buildings but formations that resembled hives or nests, constructed from that same clay-like substance that lined the tunnels. They rose from the floor in twisted spires, connected by arching bridges of the material. And embedded within these structures were objects, human objects. I could make out pieces of farm equipment, sections of automobiles, fragments of furniture, all partially absorbed into the alien architecture as if the clay were slowly digesting them. But worst of all were the human remains. Bones, mostly, yellowed with age, arranged in patterns that suggested a terrible purpose rather than random disposal. Skulls formed the center of spiral designs on the chamber floor. Femurs and tibias created lattice-like structures within the clay spires. Rib cages housed collections of smaller bones, arranged with deliberate care. "What is this place?" I whispered, unable to tear my eyes away from the horror before us. "Its lair," Ray answered, his voice tight with controlled fear. "Its workshop. Its museum." Our flashlight beams caught movement near the center of the chamber. The creature was there, hunched over something, its back to us. It seemed absorbed in some task, its unnaturally long arms moving with precise, almost delicate motions. Ray raised his shotgun, taking careful aim. But before he could fire, the creature spoke. "I knew you would come." The voice was wrong. A collection of human tones layered together, as if multiple people were speaking in flawless unison. It turned slowly to face us, those yellow eyes gleaming in the darkness. Up close, in the stark beam of our flashlights, I could see details I'd missed before. Its fur was not fur at all, but a covering of fine, hair-like appendages that moved independently, like cilia. The wounds we'd inflicted were already healing, the edges knitting together as we watched. And its face, what I had taken for a snout or muzzle, was something else entirely, something that shifted and rearranged itself even as we stared. 15 years, Raymond Burnett," it said using that terrible composite voice. 15 years you have pursued me. Did you never wonder why I let you live so long?" Ray's shotgun didn't waver. "I'm going to kill you," he said simply. The creature made a sound that might have been laughter. "You cannot kill what I am. I was here before your kind crawled from the oceans. I will be here when the last of you returns to dust." It gestured at the chamber around us. "This is but one of my galleries. I have been collecting for millennia." "Collecting what?" I asked, unable to stop myself. Those yellow eyes shifted to me. Moments, lives, stories. It tilted its head in that unsettling way. "You understand, writer. You collect stories too." A chill ran through me at being recognized, named by my profession rather than my identity. "Not like this," I managed. "Not by killing." "Death is merely the final chapter." It turned back to Ray. "Your brother's chapter was particularly compelling. His fear, exquisite." Ray's face contorted with rage. He fired the shotgun without warning, the blast echoing deafeningly through the chamber. The creature staggered backward but didn't fall. Instead, it straightened, black blood oozing from fresh wounds in its chest. "I studied you, Raymond," it continued, as if the shotgun blast had been no more than a minor interruption. "Your persistence, your grief, your rage. All these years you thought you were hunting me." Its mouth twisted into something resembling a smile. "I was cultivating you." I raised my rifle, but Ray held up a hand to stop me. "What do you mean, cultivating?" "Rare emotions, pure emotions. They are what I collect most preciously." The creature gestured toward one of the clay spires, where I now noticed objects embedded that gleamed in our flashlight beams. Not metal or bone, but something like glass vials filled with swirling, luminescent mist. "Distilled human experience. Your hatred has become quite refined over the years." Ray's hands trembled on the shotgun. "This ends tonight." "Perhaps," the creature agreed. "All stories must end. Even mine eventually." It took a step toward us. "But not by your hand." Ray fired again, and again the creature absorbed the blast. It moved with sudden, blinding speed, crossing the space between them in an eye blink. One elongated arm lashed out, knocking the shotgun from Ray's grip. The other seized him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. I fired the rifle, the shot striking the creature's back. It turned its head 180 degrees to look at me, its neck twisting in a way no vertebrate spine could allow. "Your story interests me too, writer," it said. "Fear and curiosity, so perfectly balanced. I have a place prepared for you here." Ray was turning blue, his legs kicking uselessly as the creature's grip tightened. I dropped the rifle and pulled the flare gun from my belt, remembering what he'd said about bright light. Without hesitation, I fired directly at those terrible yellow eyes. The flare struck true, igniting against the creature's face. It screamed, a sound like metal tearing, like 1,000 voices crying out in agony. It dropped Ray, who collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. The creature clawed at its burning face, its movements frantic, uncoordinated. "The napalm," Ray croaked, pointing to the canister he'd dropped. "Use it!" I grabbed the canister, fumbling with the unfamiliar mechanism as the creature recovered, the flare's light already fading. Its face was charred, one eye a ruined socket, but the other still fixed on me with malevolent intelligence. "You cannot destroy this place," it said, its voice now distorted, crackling. "My work of centuries." I finally figured out the trigger mechanism on the canister. "Watch me," I said, and sprayed the nearest clay spire with the viscous, flammable gel. The creature howled and lunged for me. I dodged, barely avoiding those terrible claws, and used my cigarette lighter to ignite the napalm. It caught immediately, blue-orange flames racing up the structure and spreading to the connecting bridges of clay. "More!" Ray shouted, now on his feet again. He grabbed his shotgun and fired at the creature, keeping it at bay while I ran from spire to spire, dousing them with napalm and setting them ablaze. The chamber filled with acrid smoke and the impossible screaming of the creature. Not pain now, but rage and despair. The glass-like vials in the clay structures began to shatter in the heat, releasing their luminescent contents, which dissipated like fog in sunlight. "We need to get out," I shouted as the flames spread faster than I could track, engulfing the chamber in a hellish glow. Ray nodded, firing one last blast at the creature before joining me at the tunnel entrance. We fled back the way we had come, stumbling and gasping in the smoke-filled passageway. Behind us, the creature's screams grew fainter, then stopped entirely, replaced by the roar of the inferno we had created. The tunnel began to collapse as we ran, the clay-reinforced earth crumbling under the heat and pressure of the fire below. We barely reached the cellar before the passage caved in completely, sealing whatever remained of the creature and its grotesque collection behind tons of earth. We staggered out of the farmhouse just as dawn broke over the prairie. Gray light revealed our soot-stained faces and blood-soaked clothes. In the distance, I could see a plume of dark smoke rising from the ground about a half-mile away. Another entrance to the underground network, I presumed, now acting as a chimney for the subterranean blaze. "Is it over?" I asked, collapsing onto the overgrown farmyard grass. "Is it dead?" Ray sat beside me, his face grim despite our apparent victory. "Don't know. Never found anything that could kill it before." He stared at the rising smoke. "Maybe the fire will be enough, maybe not." I decided to leave Manawee. The solitude I had sought had turned into a nightmare. As I packed my things that afternoon, Elsie came to see me off. She hugged me, her eyes sad but understanding. "Be safe, Julian," she said. "And if you write about this, be careful. Some stories attract attention." Driving away from Manawee, I couldn't shake the feeling that the creature was still out there watching. Ray had chosen to stay, setting up camp near the collapsed tunnel entrance, determined to make sure nothing emerged from the ashes. I respected his dedication but couldn't share it. I had survived, and that had to be enough. I returned to the city, but the experience haunted me. I wrote about it, trying to make sense of it all, to transform raw terror into something I could understand and control. The novel became a bestseller, though I changed enough details that no one would connect it to the real events in Manawee. I moved frequently after that, never staying in one place too long, always looking over my shoulder. Sometimes, in the quiet hours before dawn, I'd wake to the sound of scratching at my door, or that distinctive labored breathing outside my window. But when I looked, there was never anything there, just shadows, and the lingering tendrils of nightmare. Years later, I heard a rumor about a creature attacking a small town in Montana. The description matched what I'd seen. I knew it was still out there, and I knew I'd never be truly free of it. But I also knew I'd survived, and that had to count for something. Sometimes I wonder about Ray, if he's still hunting, still driven by that cultivated hatred the creature so admired. I wonder about Elsie, alone in her town of one, so close to whatever lurks beneath the prairie soil. I wonder about all the isolated places in America, the forgotten corners where something ancient might build its galleries undisturbed. Most of all, I wonder if it's watching me even now, cultivating my fear the way it cultivated Ray's hatred, waiting for the perfect moment to add the final chapter to my story, to capture that exquisite terror and preserve it in one of its unearthly vials. Some nights, when the wind sounds too much like breathing and the shadows move with purpose, I almost convince myself to run again. But where would I go? What remote cabin or crowded city would be truly safe? The creature had been right about one thing. I am a collector of stories too. This one, my own, remains unfinished, and I suspect it will stay that way until the day something scratches at my door and I open it one final time. There are things that move in the spaces between what we know and what we refuse to acknowledge. In the vast emptiness of northern Canada, where civilization thins to nothing more than scattered homesteads and forgotten roads, these things find purchase in the darkness. They wait. They watch. They hunger. I learned this truth when I was 14, during a winter that seemed to stretch on forever. What I witnessed in those frozen months changed me in ways I'm still discovering. Some nights, even now, I wake to the sound of something breathing against glass, though I live in a city apartment 3 stories up. Some nights, I catch myself checking locks twice, 3 times, knowing that what hunts in the dark has learned patience. This is my account of those months. This is my warning. The creatures I encountered defy easy classification. They are not the stuff of legend or folklore, though I suspect our ancestors knew of them and created stories to keep their children close to the fire. They are real, corporeal, and far more intelligent than any wild animal has a right to be. They study us with the same cold fascination we might reserve for insects under glass, and once they notice you, they never forget. I used to live out in the country, up north in Canada, far out in the sticks. You had to bike or drive to go anywhere, aside from a small little taco stand that served food so greasy it could fuel a snowmobile. At night, it would get pretty dark too. The kind of dark that city folks never understand, where the absence of light becomes a physical presence pressing against your windows. With my mother and stepdad, we had a few small dogs and a cat. I was often left in charge of all of them while my parents worked late shifts or disappeared into their bedroom with bottles of wine and hushed arguments. I was kind of resentful for all the extra work, on top of my schooling and homework. But I loved the animals, so I couldn't blame them too much, unless they made a huge mess. Then I'd be pretty ticked. But that's not the entirety of why this is relevant. What is that I would routinely take them out, all before going to bed. I would go to bed very, very late at night, like any 14-year-old with such lax parenting. My dogs would usually stay in the front yard, which was a very vast acreage of flat land, with a tiny ditch running along the property line. It was easy to see the small dogs and call them back in when the cold became too much for their small frames. The winter had been particularly brutal that year. Snow fell in sheets for days at a time, and the wind howled across our property with a voice that sounded almost human. The temperature regularly dropped to -30, cold enough to freeze spit before it hit the ground. On nights like those, even our hardiest dog, Rex, would do his business quickly and bolt for the door. But that night was different. The wind had died to an unsettling stillness, and the snow had stopped falling. The silence was profound. No traffic, No distant machinery, not even the usual creaking of trees. Just the soft huff of breathing and the crunch of paws on snow. Sometimes one of the dogs would wander farther than I liked. My mother's terrier, Duchess, had a bit of a rebellious side to her, but it wasn't her who took off this night. It was the cocker spaniel, Penny. She was usually protective and watchful, keeping the others in line while they played. Seeing her bolt toward the back of the house sent a spike of worry through me. Frustrated and shivering in my thin jacket, I ran after her around to the back of the house, which sloped steeply toward a waterway that was an offshoot of the Red River. The slope was treacherous in winter, covered in a sheet of ice that could send you sliding all the way down to the frozen creek below. What I saw slowly sprawling across the slope coming in our direction still gives me the chills, even now, years later. These things were about chest height to me and maybe 20 feet away, moving with a deliberate, predatory gait that set every nerve in my body on edge. Very grotesque looking, like they were covered in rotting dead flesh, skin that hung in strips from their frames, revealing patches of what looked like yellowed bone underneath. But they moved on all fours with an unnatural fluidity, their long legs creating an unsettling rhythm as they picked their way up the slope. The legs were wrong somehow. Too long, especially in the back, giving them a hunched hyena-like posture that spoke of barely contained aggression. But it was their faces that truly terrified me. They turned their almost rotting faces to look over at us at the top of the slope, and I felt my knees go weak. Their eyes were large and glowed in the faint light from our back porch, not reflecting the light like a normal animal's eyes might, but generating their own cold illumination, like big white marbles filled with phosphorescent fog. The glow pulsed slightly, as if synchronized with some alien heartbeat. When they looked at us, I understood with crystal clarity that we were being evaluated, measured. These weren't mindless beasts driven by hunger or territory. There was intelligence behind those eyes, cold and calculating, and utterly without empathy. Luckily, Penny had frozen at the top of the slope with me, her hackles raised like a hyena's, making her appear twice her normal size. A low growl rumbled in her chest, but I could hear the terror underneath it. She knew, just as I did, that we were looking at something that shouldn't exist. The creatures were still walking and pacing around in the snow, making sure to keep an eye on us like we were a newly discovered threat, or perhaps a newly discovered opportunity. They moved with the patience of predators who had learned that the best hunts required careful observation. I counted 4 of them, though there might have been more hiding in the shadows cast by the trees along the creek. They communicated with each other through subtle movements, a tilt of the head, a shift in posture, that suggested a level of coordination that made my skin crawl. The largest of them, positioned at the front of the group, never took its eyes off me. Even when the others would look away to scan the area or investigate something in the snow, this one maintained its steady, unblinking stare. I had the unshakable feeling that it was memorizing me. My scent, my appearance, the sound of my breathing in the cold air. Fear hit me like a physical blow. Not the sudden startle of a jump scare, but the deep, primal terror that comes from recognizing that you are prey. Every instinct I possessed screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to move slowly, deliberately. I grabbed Penny by crouching quickly, my hands shaking as I scooped her warm body against my chest. The moment I moved, all 4 creatures tensed, their glowing eyes brightening. But they didn't advance. They simply watched, as if filing away this new information for future use. Fighting the urge to bolt in panic, I backed away carefully, then turned and ran around to the side of the house toward the front door. My boots slipped on the ice, and I nearly fell twice, but the terror gave me a coordination I didn't know I possessed. "Come on, come on," I whispered frantically, calling for the other 2 dogs. Rex and Duchess were already sitting at the door, pressed against the frame as if they could will it to open. They must have sensed something was wrong long before I did. Dogs have instincts about these things that we've mostly forgotten. I fumbled with the door handle, my fingers numb from cold and adrenaline, finally managing to get us all inside. The warmth of the house hit me like a wave, but it did nothing to ease the chill that had settled into my bones. I refused to take them out after dark after that, which unfortunately resulted in plenty of messes I had to clean up. But better to clean urine from the kitchen floor than to face those things again. At least, that's what I told myself. I would occasionally see these strange things, these weird creatures, wandering outside of our house after that. It gave me the creeps. They'd only look up at my house if I had the lights on and was obviously moving around where they could see me. They were learning our patterns, I realized, studying us. During the day, I found strange tracks in the snow around our property. They were unlike anything I'd seen before. Too large for dogs, too narrow for bears, with what looked like claw marks extending well beyond where normal paths would end. The tracks circled our house in wide arcs, coming closer with each circuit, as if whatever made them was slowly building up the courage for a more direct approach. But it was the way the tracks stopped abruptly at certain points that truly unnerved me. Not faded or obscured by wind, but simply ended, as if whatever made them had suddenly decided to approach from a different angle, or had learned to move without leaving traces. The worst part was the waiting. Every night, as I lay in my basement bedroom, I found myself listening for sounds that didn't belong. The soft pad of feet on snow, the scrape of claws against siding, the gentle testing of windows and doors. And sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, I heard them. Sleep became elusive after that first encounter. Every creak of the house settling, every whisper of wind against the windows, sent my heart racing. I developed the habit of checking locks multiple times before bed, though I couldn't shake the feeling that simple metal and wood wouldn't be much of a barrier if those things decided they wanted inside. The basement bedroom I'd claimed as my own had seemed like a good idea when we'd first moved in. It was larger than the upstairs rooms, cooler in summer, and gave me the privacy a 14-year-old craved. Now, surrounded by foundation walls and with only one small window that looked out onto the backyard, it felt like a trap. That window overlooked the area where I'd first seen them. During the day, I could see the slope leading down to the frozen creek, the tracks in the snow creating intricate patterns that spoke of regular visits. But at night, the window became a source of constant anxiety. I'd hung thick curtains across it, but found myself compulsively checking to make sure they were completely closed. 3 weeks after the first sighting, I woke up in the middle of the night to the radio's digital display flashing 3:17 a.m. The house was dead quiet, no furnace cycling, no refrigerator humming, just the profound silence that only comes in the deepest part of winter. I wasn't sure why I'd woken up. No unusual sounds, no dreams I could remember. Just the sudden, jarring transition from sleep to full alertness that sometimes happens when your subconscious detects something your conscious mind hasn't processed yet. I lay still for several minutes, listening, waiting for whatever had disturbed me to reveal itself. That's when I realized I wasn't alone. There was something outside my window. I could sense its presence before I could see or hear it, the way you might feel someone watching you in a crowded room, or notice a shadow that doesn't belong. The air in my room felt different, charged with a tension that made my skin crawl. Moving as slowly as possible, I turned my head toward the window. The curtains were still closed, but there was a wrongness to the light filtering through them. Instead of the pale blue glow of snow under starlight, there was a warmer, more focused illumination, as if something was casting its own light against the glass. Then I heard it. A soft snuffling sound, like a large dog investigating an interesting scent. But this wasn't the casual exploration of a curious animal. There was an intelligence to it, a methodical quality that suggested deliberate investigation. The basement window was set into the foundation, positioned so that someone outside would have to crouch down to look through it. The thought of one of those creatures lowering itself to peer into my room made my stomach clench with revulsion. I forced myself to remain perfectly still, though every muscle in my body was tensed for flight. Moving might attract its attention, let it know that I was awake and aware of its presence. Better to let it think I was sleeping. The snuffling continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then, gradually, I became aware of a new element. The sound of breathing that didn't belong to me. Slow, measured inhalations and exhalations, occasionally punctuated by what sounded almost like whispered words in a language I didn't recognize. The breathing seemed to be coming from directly in front of the window, close enough to fog the glass. I could picture it out there, crouched in the snow, its grotesque face pressed against the cold surface as it tried to peer through the curtains. Then came the tapping. Soft at first, almost gentle, like someone politely requesting entry. Tap, tap, tap against the glass, followed by a pause, then 3 more taps. The pattern repeated several times, and I began to understand with growing horror that it was trying to get my attention. It wanted me to look. The tapping grew more insistent, the pauses shorter. Whatever was out there was losing patience with my lack of response. Part of me, the curious, rational part, wanted to peek through the curtains, to finally get a clear look at what had been haunting our property. But a deeper, more primitive part of my brain screamed warnings about what might happen if I made eye contact with the thing outside. Then, abruptly, the tapping stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the sounds had been. I strained to hear any indication of movement, footsteps in the snow, the rustle of fabric, anything that might tell me where it had gone. But there was nothing. Minutes passed. My muscles began to cramp from holding the same position, but I didn't dare move. For all I knew, it was still there, watching, waiting for me to betray my awareness. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I heard a new sound. A low, guttural vocalization that might have been communication or might have been frustration. It was answered by a similar sound from somewhere farther away, then another from a different direction entirely. They were coordinating, talking to each other. The realization hit me like ice water. These weren't solitary creatures that had randomly discovered our property. They were a group, possibly even a family or pack, and they were actively working together to study us. More concerning was the implication that they had developed enough interest in our household to station watchers. The one at my window hadn't been there by accident. It had been assigned to observe, to learn our patterns and vulnerabilities. I lay frozen in my bed until dawn, listening to the occasional sound of movement around the house. They circled the property several times, their footsteps creating a complex pattern in the snow that I would discover later. But they never tried to enter, never tested doors or other windows. They were being patient, learning. When the first gray light of dawn finally crept through the curtains, I heard them withdraw. Not fleeing, but conducting what sounded like an orderly retreat, their footsteps growing fainter as they moved back toward the creek and whatever shelter they'd found in the woods beyond. I finally allowed myself to move, my joints stiff and aching from hours of immobility. The relief of daylight was overwhelming, but it came with the knowledge that they would be back, and next time they might be bolder. I never told my parents about that night. How could I explain that we were being watched by things that shouldn't exist, that they were studying us with the patience of scientists and the hunger of predators? Instead, I began my own investigation. If these creatures were real, and the evidence of my senses insisted they were, then they had to have some basis in the natural world. They had to fit into some category of known phenomena, even if they challenged our understanding of what was possible. But as I would soon discover, some things exist in the spaces between categories, in the gaps where our knowledge fails and our assumptions crumble. Some things are content to remain mysteries, patient and watchful in the dark. The school library in our tiny town was a joke. 3 dusty rooms with books that seemed to predate the internet by decades. But it was the only resource I had, and I was desperate for answers. Every day after classes, I would bike the 5 miles to town and spend hours hunched over outdated encyclopedias and regional history texts, searching for any mention of creatures that matched what I'd seen. The The librarian, Mrs. Chen, was a thin woman with worried eyes who seemed perpetually startled by the presence of actual patrons. She watched me with growing concern as my research became more frantic, more focused on local legends and wildlife behavior. "Researching for a school project?" she asked one afternoon, hovering near my table as I flipped through a book about northern Canadian fauna. "Something like that," I muttered, not looking up from a grainy photograph of a timber wolf. The proportions were wrong, but it was the closest thing I'd found to what I'd witnessed. "You know, if you're interested in local stories, you might want to talk to some of the older folks in town. They remember things that never made it into books." That gave me an idea. Over the next few days, I started hanging around the general store and the gas station, places where people gathered to gossip and share stories. I learned to listen for fragments of conversation that might be relevant, to ask casual questions that wouldn't mark me as someone obsessed with the impossible. Old Henrik Volkov, who ran the bait shop, was the most promising source. He'd lived in the area for 70 years, back when there were still trappers and prospectors working the deep woods. When I mentioned seeing strange tracks around our property, his weathered face went very still. "You best stay close to the house after dark," he said quietly, not meeting my eyes. "Some things are better left alone." "What kind of things?" He was quiet for so long I thought he wasn't going to answer. Then, almost whispering, he said, "My grandfather called them the Hollow Ones. Said they came up from the deep places during the hardest winters, when the ice got thick enough to support their weight." "What did they look like?" Henrik's hands trembled slightly as he arranged fishing lures on the counter. "Like death walking around in skin that didn't fit quite right. He said they were always hungry, but not for food. Hungry for something else. Warmth, maybe. Life." "Did anyone ever see them clearly?" "Some did. Those folks mostly ended up dead or disappeared." He finally looked at me directly, his pale blue eyes full of ancient worry. "Whatever you think you saw out there, son, you need to forget about it, and you need to keep your family safe." The conversation left me more unsettled than before. If Henrik's grandfather had known about these creatures, that meant they'd been in the area for generations. It also meant that other people had encountered them and suffered for it. I started paying more attention to local newspaper archives, looking for patterns in missing persons reports or unexplained deaths. What I found was disturbing. A steady trickle of disappearances over the decades, mostly during the coldest months, mostly people who lived in isolated areas like ours. The reports were frustratingly vague. Search parties would find strange tracks that led nowhere. Personal belongings discovered in impossible locations. Witnesses who spoke of seeing figures moving through the trees that couldn't have been human, but weren't quite animal either. Most disturbing were the accounts from survivors, people who'd encountered something in the woods and lived to tell about it. Their stories shared common elements: glowing eyes, rotting flesh, an intelligence that felt malevolent and alien. Many of them had been dismissed as traumatized or delusional, but the consistency of their descriptions was hard to ignore. At home, the situation was deteriorating. My parents had noticed my changed behavior, the constant checking of locks, the refusal to take the dogs out after dark, the way I flinched at unexpected sounds. They attributed it to typical teenage moodiness, but I could see growing concern in their faces. The dogs were affected too. They'd become nervous and clingy, reluctant to go outside even during the day. Penny, who had always been brave to the point of recklessness, now cowered behind the couch whenever the wind rattled the windows. Rex had started having what looked like nightmares, whimpering and pawing at the air in his sleep. The tracks around our house were becoming more numerous and more complex. They formed intricate patterns that suggested planning and coordination. Some mornings I would find them arranged in perfect circles around the house, as if the creatures had performed some kind of ritual in the snow. More disturbing were the signs that they were testing our defenses. Scratches appeared on the siding near windows and doors, too high to be made by any normal animal. Garbage cans were overturned with surgical precision, their contents examined but not consumed. Tools left in the yard were moved to different locations, arranged in ways that suggested intelligence and purpose. I began sleeping with a flashlight under my pillow and a knife from the kitchen hidden in my dresser drawer. Not that I thought either would be particularly effective against creatures that could outrun and overpower me without effort, but they provided a psychological comfort that helped me get through the nights. The worst part was the waiting. I could feel them out there, watching, planning, growing bolder with each passing day. Their visits were becoming more frequent and more invasive. Sometimes I would wake to find new scratches on my bedroom window, as if something had been trying to work its claws under the frame. I started having dreams where I could see through their eyes, looking back at our house from the edge of the woods. In these dreams, our home appeared impossibly bright and warm, a beacon of life in the cold wilderness. And I understood with dream logic clarity that this warmth was exactly what they wanted. They were hungry for it. Not just the heat, but the essence of life itself. The electrical activity of our brains, the chemical energy of our blood, the spark of consciousness that separated us from mere meat. And they were patient enough to wait for the perfect moment to take it. By late February, the situation had become untenable. The creatures' visits were now a nightly occurrence, and their behavior was growing increasingly bold. They no longer retreated at the first sign of dawn, sometimes lingering until full daylight before disappearing into the woods. My parents had started to notice the damage around the property: scratches on doors and windows, overturned items in the yard, strange impressions in the snow that couldn't be explained away as deer tracks or wind patterns. My stepfather had even mentioned installing security cameras, though I doubted conventional surveillance would capture anything useful. The dogs were becoming unbearable to live with. They barked constantly at windows and doors, their fur standing on end at sounds only they could hear. Duchess had developed a nervous habit of circling the same spot on the kitchen floor for hours at a time. Rex refused to eat unless someone stayed with him, and Penny had begun hiding under furniture whenever the sun started to set. Something was building toward a climax. I could feel it in the quality of the silence outside, in the way the creatures moved with increasing confidence around our property. They were preparing for something, and I had the sick certainty that whatever they were planning would happen soon. The confrontation came on a night when my parents had driven to town for dinner and a movie, leaving me alone with the animals. I'd tried to talk them out of going, making excuses about feeling sick or needing help with homework, but they insisted I was old enough to handle a few hours by myself. As their car disappeared down the driveway, I felt a wave of vulnerability wash over me. The house suddenly seemed enormous and full of hidden spaces where threats could lurk. Every shadow held potential danger. Every sound carried sinister implications. I'd prepared as well as I could. All the doors and windows were locked, with chairs propped against the handles for extra security. I'd gathered the animals in the living room where I could keep an eye on all of them, and positioned myself with clear sight lines to multiple exits. But as darkness fell, I realized how inadequate my preparations really were. The first sign came from the dogs. All three of them suddenly went rigid, their heads turning in unison toward the back of the house. Their ears were flattened against their skulls, and low growls rumbled in their chests like distant thunder. Then I heard it, a sound I'd been dreading for weeks. The soft scrape of claws against wood, coming from somewhere near the back door. Not the random scratching of an animal marking territory, but the deliberate probing of something testing for weakness. The scratching stopped abruptly, replaced by a more disturbing sound. What sounded like whispered conversation in a language I couldn't understand. Multiple voices, coordinating their efforts. Planning. I grabbed my flashlight and crept toward the back of the house, staying low and moving as quietly as possible. The dogs followed me, their fear overridden by loyalty and pack instinct. Through the kitchen window, I caught glimpses of movement in the yard, pale shapes flowing between the trees like predatory ghosts. The back door suddenly shuddered in its frame, as if something heavy had thrown itself against it. The deadbolt held, but I could see the wood around the lock starting to splinter. They weren't just testing anymore. They were trying to get in. I ran back to the living room and grabbed the cordless phone, my hands shaking as I dialed my parents' cell number. The call went straight to voicemail. They must have been in the movie theater where phones were supposed to be turned off. Another impact against the back door, harder this time. The sound of splintering wood was clearly audible, and I knew it wouldn't hold much longer. I needed a plan, but my mind was frozen with terror and indecision. That's when I heard the sound that nearly stopped my heart, the slow, deliberate turning of the front door handle. While I'd been focused on the back door, they'd circled around to try the main entrance. The door was locked, but as I watched in horror, the handle continued to turn with mechanical precision. They were learning how our mechanisms worked, testing the limits of our technology. The handle snapped back to its normal position, followed by what sounded like frustrated muttering. But the reprieve was temporary. Within seconds, I heard the soft scraping of claws against the door frame, probing for gaps or weaknesses. I was trapped. They had the house surrounded, and it was only a matter of time before they found a way in. The windows were too small for me to escape through. And even if I could, they would see me the moment I tried to run. That's when inspiration struck. If they were drawn to warmth and life, maybe I could use that against them. Create a distraction that would give me enough time to reach help. I ran to the basement and grabbed several space heaters from storage, plugging them in around the living room and turning them to maximum heat. Then I opened the refrigerator and began pulling out every piece of meat I could find. Steaks, chicken, anything that might carry the scent of blood and life. The plan was desperate and probably suicidal, but it was all I had. I would use the heated meat to create a powerful lure, hopefully drawing them to one side of the house while I escaped from the other. I arranged the meat near the back door, where the scratching sounds were loudest, then set up the space heaters to create a warm pocket of air that would carry the scent. The dogs watched me with confusion and growing anxiety, sensing that something significant was about to happen. The effect was immediate. The sounds of movement outside became more agitated, more focused. I could hear them gathering near the back of the house, drawn by the concentrated scent of warmth and blood. This was my chance. I gathered the dogs and crept toward the front door, moving as quietly as possible. My plan was to reach the car in the driveway and drive to town for help, assuming the keys were where my stepfather usually left them. I slowly unlocked the front door, wincing at every small sound the mechanism made. The dogs pressed close to my legs, trembling but ready to follow my lead. Through the window, I could see that the front yard was clear. All the creatures seemed to have moved to investigate the distraction at the back of the house. I opened the door and stepped outside. The cold hit me like a physical blow, but I forced myself to move quickly across the snow toward the car. We were halfway there when I realized my mistake. The keys weren't in the ignition where I'd hoped. My stepfather must have taken them inside, and now we were exposed in the open yard with no shelter and no easy escape route. That's when I heard the sound that shattered my hopes, a long, piercing howl from behind the house, answered by similar calls from multiple directions. They'd discovered my ruse and were communicating our location to the others. Within seconds, shapes began emerging from the tree line around the property. They moved with the coordinated precision of a military unit, cutting off potential escape routes and herding us toward the center of the yard. I found myself face to face with the largest of the creatures, the one I'd first seen on the slope weeks ago. Up close, the details of its appearance were even more horrifying than I'd remembered. Its flesh hung in rotting strips that revealed patches of yellowed bone underneath. Its eyes glowed with that same cold phosphorescence, but now I could see intelligence behind them. Ancient, patient, and utterly alien. It studied me for a long moment, tilting its head like a curious predator examining prey. When it opened its mouth, I expected to see fangs or some other obvious weapon. Instead, I saw rows of perfectly human teeth, white and straight and completely wrong in that decaying face. "We have been watching," it said in a voice like wind through dried leaves. "Learning. You interest us." The fact that it could speak, that it was capable of human language, somehow made the situation infinitely worse. This wasn't a simple predator acting on instinct. This was something that could think, plan, and communicate its intentions. "What do you want?" I managed to whisper. It smiled, and the expression was more terrifying than any snarl would have been. "To understand. You burn so brightly in the dark. We wonder what it would be like to carry that warmth inside us." The other creatures had formed a loose circle around us, their glowing eyes creating a constellation of malevolent stars in the darkness. The dogs huddled against my legs, whimpering but not fleeing. They knew, as I did, that running would only trigger a chase reflex. "Your family will return soon," the creature continued. "We will wait. We have learned patience in our long years beneath the ice." That revelation hit me like a sledgehammer. They weren't just opportunistic predators. They were ancient things that had been waiting in the frozen depths for the right moment to emerge. And somehow, our family had attracted their attention. "Please," I said, though I wasn't sure what I was asking for. Mercy from something that clearly didn't understand the concept. Time to prepare for the inevitable. The creature's smile widened, and I noticed that its teeth weren't quite as human as I'd first thought. They were too sharp, too numerous, designed for tearing rather than chewing. "You may choose," it said. "Come with us now, willingly, and your family will be left unharmed. Or wait for their return, and we will take all of you together." The choice was no choice at all, but it gave me something to focus on other than pure terror. I needed to buy time, to think of some way out of this nightmare. "If I come with you," I said, "how do I know you'll keep your word?" "You don't," it replied with what might have been amusement. "But we are not entirely without honor. We take only what we need when we need it. Your sacrifice would sustain us for many seasons." As it spoke, I became aware of a new sound in the distance. The low rumble of an approaching car engine. My parents were coming home early, driving straight into a situation they couldn't possibly understand or survive. The creature heard it too, its head swiveling toward the road with predatory alertness. The others in the circle shifted restlessly, their excitement growing as they sensed approaching prey. "It seems your family has made the choice for you," it said. The headlights swept across the yard as my parents' car pulled into the driveway, illuminating the nightmare scene that awaited them. I saw my mother's face through the windshield, her expression changing from casual homecoming to shock to terror in the space of a heartbeat. The car skidded to a stop, and I could hear my stepfather shouting something to my mother, probably telling her to lock the doors and call for help. But the creatures were already moving, flowing across the snow with inhuman speed to surround the vehicle. "No!" I screamed, breaking free from my paralysis. "Leave them alone! I'll go with you!" The largest creature, their leader, I realized, raised a hand to halt the others. They stopped moving but maintained their positions around the car, ready to act at the first sign of resistance. "Your offer is noted," it said, "but circumstances have changed. We had not planned to harvest so much life force at once, but opportunity rarely announces itself." Through the car windows, I could see my parents' terrified faces. My mother was frantically trying to use her cell phone, but we were too far from any cell tower for the signal to reach. My stepfather had pulled something from the glove compartment, probably the small pistol he kept for emergencies. But even from this distance, I could see his hands shaking. The weapon would be useless against these things. I doubted conventional bullets would even slow them down, and the sound would only serve to alert them that he was armed and dangerous. "Please," I said again, stepping closer to the lead creature. "Take me and let them go. I'm young, healthy. I'll last longer than 2 adults." For a moment, something that might have been consideration flickered across its rotting features. Then it shook its head with what looked like genuine regret. "You misunderstand our nature," it said. "We do not simply consume flesh or blood. We feed on the spark of consciousness itself, the electrical patterns that make you more than mere meat." Fear enhances this process, makes the energy more potent. Your family's terror will make their essence particularly nourishing. The casual way it described the process of consuming our life force made my stomach lurch. These things didn't just kill their prey. They literally ate their souls, their consciousness, everything that made them human. But there was something in its explanation that gave me an idea. If they fed on consciousness and fear enhanced the process, then maybe the opposite was also true. Maybe peace or acceptance would make the energy less appetizing. It was a desperate gamble, but desperation was all I had left. I forced myself to relax, to let go of the terror that had been driving me for weeks. Instead of fighting the situation, I tried to accept it. If this was how my story ended, then at least I could try to save my family in the process. The change in my emotional state was immediate and noticeable. The lead creature's glowing eyes flickered with what looked like confusion, and several of the others tilted their heads as if trying to understand what had changed. "Interesting," it murmured. "Your energy signature has altered. You are no longer afraid." "I'm tired of being afraid," I said, and realized it was true. The constant vigilance, the sleepless nights, the crushing weight of keeping this secret. I was exhausted by all of it. "If you're going to kill us, just do it, but stop playing with us first." The creature stepped closer, studying me with renewed interest. When it spoke again, its voice carried a note of respect that hadn't been there before. "You are stronger than we anticipated. Most humans break long before reaching this point. Most humans probably don't have weeks to get used to the idea." It made a sound that might have been laughter, dry and rustling like autumn leaves in the wind. "True. We have been less subtle than usual, but your family's energy signatures were particularly intriguing. We wanted to study you before the harvest." Behind us, I could hear my stepfather shouting through the car window, demanding to know what was happening. The sound of his voice broke my heart, but I forced myself to maintain the emotional calm that seemed to be confusing our captors. "What would it take for you to let them go?" I asked. "Nothing you could provide," it replied. "We have waited too long, spent too much energy emerging from the deep places. The hunger is too great now to be satisfied with partial measures." That's when I noticed something that gave me hope. The other creatures were becoming restless, shifting from foot to foot in a way that suggested discomfort. My emotional state was affecting them somehow, making the prospect of feeding less appealing. "You feed on fear," I said, pieces of the puzzle clicking together in my mind. "But what happens when there is no fear? What happens when your prey accepts death willingly?" The lead creature's expression grew wary. "You speak of things beyond your understanding." "Do I? You said fear enhances the feeding process. That implies there's something about terror that makes consciousness more digestible. So what happens when that enhancement isn't there?" I took another step closer, and this time the creature actually backed away slightly. The others in the circle were making low, agitated sounds, like predators who had suddenly realized their prey might be poisonous. "You become just another predator fighting for survival," I continued, understanding flooding through me. "Without the fear, without the enhanced energy, feeding on us becomes a desperate act instead of a feast. And desperate acts have consequences." The creature's eyes flared brighter, and I could see anger replacing the cold calculation that had been there before. "You think you understand, but you see only fragments of a larger truth. Then explain it to me. What are you really?" For a long moment I thought it wouldn't answer. Then, in a voice heavy with ancient weariness, it said, "We are what remains when life grows too cold, when the spark of consciousness begins to fade. We were like you once, long ago, before the ice came and drove us deep into the earth. We learned to feed on the warmth of others to maintain our own existence, but the process changed us, made us into something neither alive nor dead." The revelation reframed everything. These weren't alien predators or supernatural monsters. They were people, or had been people, who had found a way to survive in conditions that should have killed them. The cost of that survival had been their humanity, but they retained enough of their original nature to understand what they had lost. How long? I asked. Centuries. Maybe longer. Time moves differently in the deep places, where the Earth's heat keeps the ice at bay. I could hear my parents getting out of their car, my stepfather shouting at them to stay back while my mother called my name in a voice thick with terror. They were going to try to rescue me, which would only get them killed. There has to be another way, I said desperately. Some alternative to feeding unconscious beings. Perhaps, it admitted. But alternatives require exploration, experimentation. We have grown comfortable with what we know works. Comfortable killing people. Comfortable surviving. It corrected. You would do the same in our position. Maybe it was right. Maybe anyone faced with the choice between death and becoming a monster would choose monstrosity. But that didn't make it acceptable, and it didn't mean there weren't other options. What if we helped you find alternatives? I said. My family, other people in the area. What if we worked together to find a way for you to survive without killing? The creature laughed, but there was no humor in the sound. Your kind fears us too much for cooperation. You would study us, perhaps, but only to find better ways to destroy us. Some would, but not everyone. Not if they understood what you really are. I could see doubt creeping into its expression, the possibility of hope warring with centuries of bitter experience. The other creatures had grown quieter, as if they too were considering possibilities they'd never allowed themselves to imagine. But the moment of potential understanding was shattered by the sharp crack of a gunshot. My stepfather had finally worked up the courage to fire, though his shot went wide and struck one of the smaller creatures in the shoulder. The wounded thing screamed, a sound like tearing metal, and staggered backward, black fluid streaming from the wound. The lead creature's expression hardened instantly, all traces of doubt or consideration vanishing. "Negotiations are ended," it snarled. They moved as one, flowing toward my parents with deadly intent. I ran after them, shouting for my family to get back in the car, to drive away and leave me behind. But they were too frightened to think clearly, too focused on trying to reach me to understand the danger. What followed was a nightmare of violence and chaos. The creatures moved too fast for human reflexes, their rotting forms proving surprisingly resilient to physical damage. My stepfather managed to fire 3 more shots before they overwhelmed him, and while the bullets clearly caused pain, they didn't slow the attack significantly. I reached my parents just as the lead creature seized my mother by the throat. Its grip was gentle, almost careful, but I could see the light beginning to fade from her eyes as it began the feeding process. "Stop!" I screamed, throwing myself between them. "Take me instead. I'm what you really want." The creature paused, my mother suspended in its grasp like a rag doll. "You still do not understand. We want all of you. The fear has returned, enhanced by desperation and love. You are all perfectly ripe for harvest." That's when I realized my last mistake. By trying to save my parents, by allowing terror and desperation to flood back into my emotional state, I'd restored exactly the conditions the creatures needed to feed effectively. My brief moment of acceptance and calm had been the only thing protecting us, and I'd thrown it away. But as the creature's free hand reached for me, I heard something that changed everything. The distant sound of approaching vehicles, multiple engines moving fast across the frozen ground. Henrik Volkov had kept his word. Somehow the old man had realized what was happening and brought help. Through the darkness, I could see headlights bouncing across the rough terrain as trucks and snowmobiles converged on our property. The creatures heard them too, their heads turning in unison toward the approaching lights. For the first time since this nightmare began, I saw something like uncertainty in their glowing eyes. "It seems your community is more observant than we believed," the lead creature said. "No matter. We can feed quickly and withdraw before they arrive." but as the vehicles drew closer, I could see that Henrik hadn't just brought a few concerned neighbors. There were dozens of lights, suggesting a coordinated response that had been planned in advance. The old man had known this day would come, and he'd prepared for it. The first snowmobile crested the hill overlooking our property, and I could see Henrik himself driving it, with what looked like some kind of improvised flamethrower mounted on the front. Behind him came others, people I recognized from town, all armed with unusual weapons that suggested they had experience dealing with these creatures. "The Deep Dwellers!" Henrik shouted as he drove into the yard. "I told you to keep your family safe." The flamethrower roared to life, sending a stream of fire across the snow toward the nearest creature. The thing screamed and retreated, its rotting flesh evidently vulnerable to intense heat. The other creatures released their intended victims and began backing toward the tree line, their confidence evaporating in the face of organized resistance. "They fear fire," Henrik called out as more vehicles arrived. "Always have. Burns away the cold that keeps them animated." The lead creature shot me one last look of what might have been respect or regret, before melting into the shadows with its companions. Within minutes, they had vanished completely, leaving behind only tracks in the snow and the lingering scent of decay. My family and I were safe, but the knowledge of what existed in the darkness beyond our property would never leave us. We moved away before spring, relocating to a city where the lights never completely went out and the spaces between buildings were too small for ancient horrors to hide. But sometimes, on the coldest nights, I still wake to the sound of breathing against glass. And I know that somewhere in the deep places, patient and hungry, they are still waiting, watching, learning, and planning their return. Two summers ago, when I was 15, my parents shipped me off to Pine Ridge Summer Camp in northern Vermont. They thought it would be good for me to get some fresh air and make friends, as my mother put it while packing my duffel bag with enough bug spray to fumigate a small town. I wasn't thrilled about leaving my Xbox and air conditioning behind, but the brochure showed kids swimming in a crystal-clear lake and roasting marshmallows around campfires, so I figured it couldn't be that bad. The bus ride took 6 hours through winding mountain roads that made my stomach churn with each hairpin turn. When we finally arrived, the camp looked exactly like the photos. Rustic wooden cabins scattered among towering pine trees, a pristine lake reflecting the afternoon sun, and a main lodge that could have been lifted from a Norman Rockwell painting. The air smelled of pine sap and wood smoke, and somewhere in the distance, I could hear the rhythmic thunk of an axe splitting logs. I was assigned to Cabin 7, a weathered structure that housed 8 boys ranging from 13 to 16. The cabin's interior was sparse but functional. 4 bunk beds lined the walls, with a single light bulb hanging from the center beam. The floorboards creaked ominously under our feet, and the windows were covered with fine mesh screens that did little to keep out the persistent mosquitoes. Each bed had a small wooden cubby underneath for personal belongings, and the walls were decorated with decades-old carvings from previous campers. Names, dates, and crude drawings that spoke to the timeless boredom of summer camp life. Our head counselor was a college sophomore named Brett, a lanky guy with sun-bleached hair who seemed genuinely excited about camp activities. He gathered us around for introductions that first evening, and I quickly sized up my cabin mates. There was Kevin, a quiet 13-year-old with thick glasses who kept a journal. Tyler, a stocky 14-year-old who boasted about his wrestling achievements. Danny, a 16-year-old who clearly didn't want to be there. And several others whose names I've since forgotten. But then there was our assistant counselor who introduced himself as Preston. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with an athletic build and an easy smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He claimed to be from Texas, spoke with a slight drawl, and had an unsettling habit of staring just a little too long when he thought no one was looking. While Brett launched into an enthusiastic explanation of camp rules and activities, Preston stood in the shadows near the door, his gaze slowly scanning each of us like a predator evaluating potential prey. Something about Preston made my skin crawl from the very beginning, though I couldn't articulate why. Maybe it was the way he lingered too close when helping campers with their luggage, or how his voice dropped to an almost whisper when speaking one-on-one with the younger boys. He had a habit of placing his hand on shoulders that lasted just a beat too long, and his compliments always carried an uncomfortable undertone that made me want to step away. That first night, as we settled into our bunks, Preston volunteered to help anyone who needed assistance organizing their belongings. I watched from my top bunk as he approached Kevin's bed, kneeling down beside the younger boy's luggage with what seemed like excessive interest in helping fold clothes. The way Preston's fingers lingered on Kevin's belongings, the soft murmur of his voice as he offered advice about camp life, and the uncomfortable shift in Kevin's posture all combined to create a scene that felt wrong in ways I couldn't define. I had chosen the bunk farthest from Preston's corner of the cabin, claiming I needed to be near the window for fresh air. In reality, some primitive instinct had warned me to maintain maximum distance from our assistant counselor. As I lay in my sleeping bag that first night, listening to the symphony of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl, I found myself grateful for that decision. Through the darkness, I could hear Preston moving around the cabin long after lights out, his footsteps pausing at various bunks for reasons that seemed unnecessary. The next morning brought the usual camp routine, a wake-up bell at 7, followed by calisthenics on the dewy grass outside our cabin. Preston led our exercises with military precision, barking out commands while circling our group like a drill sergeant. But his attention kept drifting to the younger boys, and I noticed how he positioned himself to get the best view of campers as they struggled through jumping jacks and push-ups. When one of the 13-year-olds complained about the difficulty of the workout, Preston was quick to offer personal training sessions after dinner. The first week at Pine Ridge passed in a blur of typical camp activities. We learned to tie knots, build fires, and paddle canoes around the lake. The food was terrible but edible, and most of the counselors seemed genuinely committed to making sure we had a good time. Brett organized evening activities like capture the flag and storytelling sessions, and during the day we rotated through various stations, arts and crafts, swimming lessons, hiking, and wilderness survival skills. But Preston's behavior grew increasingly disturbing as the days passed. He had a way of inserting himself into situations where he had no business being present. During swimming lessons, while other counselors supervised from the dock, Preston would wade into the shallow water, claiming he needed to provide hands-on instruction for the non-swimmers. I watched him guide younger boys through basic strokes, his hands remaining on their bodies far longer than necessary, adjusting their form with touches that seemed more intimate than instructional. At the Arts and Crafts station, Preston volunteered to help with any project that required close proximity to campers. When Kevin struggled with a leatherworking project, Preston pulled up a chair directly behind him, reaching around to guide the boys' hands as they worked the tools. The positioning forced Kevin to lean back against Preston's chest, and I could see the discomfort written across the younger boy's face as he tried to squirm away without being overtly rude. The most disturbing incidents occurred during our cabin's evening downtime. After lights out, when Brett had gone to the counselor's lounge for their nightly meeting, Preston would remain in the cabin under the guise of maintaining order. But instead of ensuring we were settling down for sleep, he would move from bunk to bunk, engaging in whispered conversations that lasted far too long. He claimed he was checking to make sure everyone was comfortable and not homesick, but his attention focused almost exclusively on the youngest campers. I began keeping track of Preston's movements in a small notebook I kept hidden in my sleeping bag. From my strategic position near the window, I could observe most of the cabin without being obvious about it. Preston would typically start his rounds about 30 minutes after lights out, beginning with the bunks closest to his bed and working his way around the room. He spent an average of 5 to 10 minutes at each of the younger boys' beds, but barely acknowledged the older campers. One night, I watched him sit on the edge of Tyler's bunk for nearly 20 minutes, his voice barely audible as he spoke to the 14-year-old wrestler. Tyler appeared to be pretending to sleep, but I could see the tension in his body, the way his breathing remained shallow and forced rather than the deep, rhythmic pattern of actual slumber. Preston's hand rested on what appeared to be Tyler's shoulder or back beneath the blanket, moving in small, rhythmic motions that made my stomach clench with revulsion. The next morning, Tyler was unusually quiet during breakfast, picking at his scrambled eggs without his usual appetite. When I tried to engage him in conversation about the upcoming canoe race, he gave short, distracted answers and kept glancing toward the counselor's table where Preston sat laughing with the other staff members. The contrast between Preston's jovial public persona and his nighttime behavior was becoming increasingly apparent, and I began to understand that I was witnessing something deeply wrong. Kevin's behavior also started to change around this time. The quiet boy who had initially seemed excited about keeping a camp journal now appeared withdrawn and anxious. During activities, he would position himself as far from Preston as possible, and I noticed him flinching whenever our assistant counselor approached. When Preston offered to help Kevin with his swimming technique, the boy quickly declined, claiming he preferred to practice on his own. But Preston was persistent and skilled at creating situations where refusal seemed difficult or rude. He volunteered for lunch duty, positioning himself at the serving line where he could interact with every camper. He offered extra helpings to his preferred targets, engaging them in conversation that delayed the line and forced more interaction. When Kevin tried to grab his tray and move on quickly, Preston would ask detailed questions about his meal preferences or camp activities, keeping the boy trapped in conversation while his hand remained on Kevin's shoulder or arm. The other counselors seemed oblivious to Preston's inappropriate behavior, or perhaps they were deliberately overlooking warning signs they didn't want to acknowledge. Brett was focused on organizing activities and maintaining the camp's enthusiastic atmosphere. The other cabin counselors were college-age kids more interested in their summer jobs than protecting the campers under their care. Preston had positioned himself as the helpful, dedicated staff member who went above and beyond, making it difficult for anyone to question his motives without seeming paranoid or troublesome. Everything changed during the second week of camp on a humid Tuesday that started like any other. We had spent the morning at the lake learning advanced swimming techniques, followed by lunch and an afternoon hike to a nearby waterfall. The temperature was pushing 90 degrees, and the humidity made every activity feel like we were moving through thick soup. By evening, everyone was exhausted and looking forward to the relative coolness that came after sunset. After dinner, Brett announced that he needed to attend an emergency staff meeting regarding some administrative issues with the camp's insurance. This was highly unusual, as the evening hours were typically reserved for cabin activities and ensuring the campers settled down properly for the night. But Brett assured us he would return within an hour, leaving Preston in charge of Cabin 7, with strict instructions to maintain the normal bedtime routine. The moment Brett's footsteps faded into the distance, Preston's demeanor shifted noticeably. Gone was the jovial assistant counselor who cracked jokes and led enthusiastic cheers during meals. In his place stood someone with predatory focus, his eyes scanning our group with an intensity that made several of the younger boys shift uncomfortably in their seats. He announced that since it was such a hot night, he was instituting special cooling procedures that would help everyone sleep more comfortably. Preston began by adjusting the cabin's windows, opening them wider than usual, and positioning the single electric fan to create better airflow. This required moving several bunks slightly to optimize the air circulation, he claimed, and he personally oversaw each adjustment. But his movements were calculated and deliberate, creating opportunities for unnecessary physical contact as he helped boys move their bedding and personal items. His hands lingered on backs and shoulders as he guided their movements, and his voice dropped to that uncomfortable whisper I had noticed during previous evenings. When it came time for the younger boys to change into their sleeping clothes, Preston positioned himself strategically in the cabin, claiming he needed to ensure the windows remained properly secured for safety. This gave him an unobstructed view of the changing area, and I watched his eyes track the movements of Kevin and Tyler with an intensity that made my skin crawl. He offered commentary about the heat and the importance of wearing minimal clothing to stay cool, suggestions that felt inappropriate and unnecessary. As the evening progressed, Preston became increasingly bold in his behavior. When Kevin struggled to reach something in his upper cubby, Preston was quick to assist, pressing against the boy's back as he retrieved the item. The contact lasted far longer than necessary, and I could see Kevin's face flush with embarrassment and discomfort. Tyler, the usually confident wrestler, seemed to shrink into himself whenever Preston approached, his earlier bravado replaced by nervous energy and averted eyes. The breaking point came around 10 o'clock, well past our usual lights-out time. Preston had been moving around the cabin for over an hour, ostensibly checking on various campers and ensuring their comfort in the oppressive heat, but his attention kept returning to a small group of the youngest boys, and his conversations with them had taken on an increasingly personal and inappropriate tone. He asked detailed questions about their bodies, their experiences with puberty, and their relationships with friends back home, all under the guise of being a concerned counselor who wanted to help them navigate the challenges of adolescence. When Preston approached Kevin's bunk for the third time that evening, something inside me snapped. The 13-year-old was clearly distressed, his earlier journal-writing enthusiasm replaced by fearful glances toward the door and obvious attempts to avoid conversation. Preston sat on the edge of Kevin's mattress, his hand resting on what appeared to be the boy's leg beneath the thin camp blanket, and began speaking in that low, intimate voice that had become his signature during these evening sessions. From my position across the cabin, I couldn't hear the specific words, but Kevin's body language spoke volumes. The boy had pressed himself against the wall as far as possible while still remaining in his bed, his eyes wide and frightened in the dim light from the overhead bulb. Preston leaned closer, his voice becoming more insistent, and his hand moved in small motions beneath the blanket that made Kevin's breathing become rapid and shallow. I knew I had to do something, but confronting Preston directly seemed both dangerous and likely to make the situation worse for Kevin. Instead, I began making noise, rustling my sleeping bag, coughing loudly, and shifting around in my bunk as if I was having trouble sleeping. This forced Preston to pause his conversation and glance in my direction, breaking the intimate bubble he had created around Kevin's bed. "Everything okay over there?" Preston called out, his voice carrying a note of irritation at the interruption. "Just can't get comfortable in this heat," I replied, making my voice sound drowsy and innocent. "Maybe if we turned off the main light, it would be cooler." This suggestion created an opportunity for Kevin to escape the immediate situation by volunteering to reach the light switch, which was located near the door and far from Preston's position. The movement broke the spell, and Preston was forced to abandon his focused attention on the younger boy, as the cabin plunged into relative darkness, illuminated only by moonlight filtering through the windows. But even in the darkened cabin, Preston's activities continued. I heard him moving around for another hour, the floorboards creaking as he visited various bunks. Whispered conversations continued, though they were harder to track without visual confirmation. Several times I heard muffled sounds that could have been sobbing, though they were so quiet I couldn't be certain of their source or meaning. The next morning brought no relief from the oppressive heat, but something else had changed in our cabin's atmosphere. Kevin barely spoke during breakfast, picking at his pancakes while staring blankly at his plate. Tyler was equally withdrawn, the confident wrestler replaced by a nervous boy who jumped at sudden sounds and avoided eye contact with anyone. The other younger campers seemed subdued as well, lacking their usual morning energy and enthusiasm for the day's planned activities. Preston, meanwhile, appeared refreshed and energetic, greeting everyone with his characteristic smile and enthusiastic commentary about the upcoming day. He had returned to his public persona of the dedicated counselor, organizing our breakfast line efficiently and engaging in cheerful banter with the other staff members. But I noticed how his eyes continued to track the movements of specific campers, and how he positioned himself to maintain visual contact with his preferred targets throughout the meal. Brett had returned from his emergency meeting, but he seemed distracted and overwhelmed with whatever administrative issues had required his attention. He announced that the camp's insurance company was requiring additional safety inspections of all facilities, which would necessitate several evening meetings with state officials over the coming week. This meant more opportunities for Preston to be left in charge of our cabin during the crucial evening hours when his inappropriate behavior typically escalated. The swimming activities that morning provided Preston with another opportunity to exercise inappropriate supervision. While Brett worked with the advanced swimmers on diving techniques, Preston volunteered to assist the beginners in the shallow end of the lake. This gave him license to provide hands-on instruction that involved extensive physical contact with the younger boys. I watched from the dock as he guided them through basic strokes, his hands remaining on their bodies far longer than necessary, adjusting their form with touches that seemed more intimate than educational. Kevin had become particularly reluctant to participate in swimming lessons, claiming he felt sick and asking to sit out the activity. But Preston was insistent that the fresh lake water would help him feel better, personally escorting the reluctant boy into the water despite his obvious discomfort. Once in the shallow area, Preston positioned himself directly behind Kevin, reaching around to demonstrate proper arm movements in a way that forced the younger boy's back against his chest. The scene was disturbing enough that several other campers began to notice and comment. Danny, the oldest boy in our cabin, made a joke about Preston being overly helpful, but there was an edge to his voice that suggested he was also uncomfortable with what he was witnessing. Tyler, despite his own apparent issues with Preston, attempted to intervene by suggesting that Kevin might learn better by watching from the dock first. But Preston dismissed the suggestion with a laugh and continued his inappropriate instruction. As the day progressed, Preston's behavior became increasingly bold and concerning. During the afternoon craft session, he volunteered to help with any projects that required one-on-one guidance. When Kevin struggled with a wood carving assignment, Preston pulled his chair directly behind the boy, reaching around to guide his hands as they worked with the sharp tools. The positioning was unnecessarily intimate, forcing Kevin to lean back against Preston's body while their hands remained intertwined around the carving knife. Other counselors were present during these activities, but they seemed either oblivious to the inappropriate nature of Preston's assistance or unwilling to intervene. The arts and crafts instructor, a college student named Jenny, was focused on helping multiple campers simultaneously and appeared to view Preston's hands-on approach as helpful rather than concerning. When Kevin attempted to move his chair away from Preston, claiming he needed more workspace, Preston simply moved his own chair to maintain the close contact. The most disturbing incident of that day occurred during our afternoon rest period. The oppressive heat had prompted Brett to institute a mandatory quiet time in the cabins, during which campers were supposed to read, write in journals, or simply rest before the evening activities. Brett retired to the counselor's lounge to review the next day's schedule, again leaving Preston as the sole supervisor of our cabin. Instead of encouraging quiet activities, Preston announced that the heat made it necessary for him to conduct individual wellness checks to ensure no one was suffering from heat exhaustion. This involved him moving from bunk to bunk, claiming he needed to assess each camper's physical condition by checking for signs of overheating. For the older boys, these checks were perfunctory. A quick question about how they were feeling, followed by a brief touch to the forehead to check for fever. But for the younger campers, Preston's wellness checks became extended examinations that involved far more physical contact than any medical assessment could justify. When he reached Kevin's bunk, Preston sat on the edge of the mattress and began a detailed evaluation that included checking the boy's pulse at multiple points, examining his skin for signs of heat rash, and monitoring his breathing patterns in ways that required placing his hands on Kevin's chest and back. The examination lasted nearly 15 minutes and involved Preston removing Kevin's shirt to better assess his condition. Throughout the process, Preston maintained a running commentary about the importance of recognizing heat-related illness and the proper techniques for cooling down an overheated body. But his hands moved over Kevin's skin with a thoroughness that went far beyond any legitimate medical concern, and his voice carried that same intimate whisper that had become his signature during inappropriate interactions. Kevin endured the examination in obvious distress, his eyes wide and frightened as Preston's hands explored his body under the guise of medical necessity. Several times the boy attempted to move away or cover himself, but Preston was persistent, explaining that a proper assessment required thorough examination, and that Kevin shouldn't be embarrassed about receiving medical attention from a trained counselor. From my position across the cabin, I could see that this was no medical examination, but rather a calculated assault disguised as legitimate camp supervision. Preston's movements were deliberate and unnecessary, his touches lingering in areas that had no connection to assessing heat exhaustion. The other boys in the cabin had grown silent, instinctively recognizing that something wrong was happening, but lacking the knowledge or authority to intervene. When Preston finally concluded his examination of Kevin, the boy quickly replaced his shirt and retreated to the far corner of his bunk, curling into a protective position that spoke to his emotional distress. Preston made similar approaches to Tyler and two other younger boys, though their examinations were mercifully shorter and less invasive. But each interaction followed the same pattern: unnecessary physical contact, inappropriate intimacy, and medical justifications that couldn't disguise the predatory nature of his behavior. That evening marked the third consecutive night that Brett would be absent for emergency meetings. The pattern had become clear. Preston was systematically arranging to have unsupervised access to our cabin during the crucial hours when his inappropriate behavior typically occurred. Whether he was manipulating the administrative crisis or simply taking advantage of it, the result was the same: extended periods of time alone with vulnerable campers and no oversight from other staff members. As dinner concluded and we returned to our cabin for the evening, Preston's excitement was barely contained. He spoke more rapidly than usual, his movements sharp and purposeful as he organized the evening routine. He announced that the continued heat wave necessitated another round of special accommodations to ensure everyone could sleep comfortably. This involved rearranging bunks again, adjusting windows and fans, and creating what he claimed was optimal airflow throughout the cabin. But the rearrangements seemed designed to isolate the younger boys in a corner of the cabin where Preston could focus his attention without interference from the older campers. Kevin's bunk was moved closest to Preston's counselor station, followed by Tyler and two 13-year-olds whose names I've deliberately forgotten. The positioning created a natural barrier between Preston's target area and the rest of us, allowing him to conduct his evening activities with greater privacy. As the evening progressed, Preston's behavior became more aggressive and desperate. The pretense of medical examinations and wellness checks gave way to increasingly inappropriate physical contact that he justified through various camp-related explanations. He claimed that the younger boys needed instruction in proper sleep positions to prevent heat-related discomfort, demonstrations that required him to physically manipulate their bodies while they lay in their bunks. Kevin had become almost catatonic, responding to Preston's attention with glassy-eyed compliance that spoke to psychological trauma rather than willing participation. The boy who had arrived at camp excited about keeping a journal and learning new skills had been reduced to a frightened shadow of his former self. His journal lay abandoned in his cubby, its pages blank since the night of Preston's first intensive examination. Tyler's response was different but equally disturbing. The confident wrestler had become hypervigilant, his eyes constantly tracking Preston's movements around the cabin. But his athletic background seemed to make him a particular target for Preston's attention, with our assistant counselor frequently commenting on Tyler's physical development and muscle tone in ways that were clearly inappropriate. Preston had begun timing his evening rounds to coincide with Tyler's preparation for sleep, offering unsolicited advice about athletic performance and body development that created opportunities for unwanted physical contact. The breaking point came when Preston announced that he needed to conduct a special orientation session for the younger campers to help them better adapt to the camp environment. This session would take place in the counselor's corner of the cabin, away from the main sleeping area, and would involve individual consultations with each of the boys under 16. The older campers were instructed to remain in their bunks and engage in quiet activities while the orientation was conducted. I watched in horror as Preston called Kevin over first, directing him to sit on the counselor's bunk while they discussed adaptation strategies for dealing with homesickness and camp anxiety. But the conversation quickly devolved into inappropriate personal questions about Kevin's body, his experiences with physical development, and his relationships with family members. Preston's hands remained in constant contact with the boy throughout the conversation, ostensibly offering comfort and reassurance, but actually engaging in systematic grooming behavior. When Tyler was called for his orientation session, I could see the teenager's internal struggle between his natural athletic confidence and his growing fear of Preston's attention. Tyler attempted to maintain a casual, unafraid demeanor, but his voice cracked as he answered Preston's increasingly personal questions. Preston positioned himself directly beside Tyler on the narrow counselor bunk, their bodies pressed together in a way that left no doubt about the inappropriate nature of the interaction. The orientation sessions with the other younger boys followed similar patterns, each lasting between 20 and 30 minutes and involving extensive physical contact that Preston justified through various counseling techniques. He claimed he was teaching them breathing exercises for anxiety, muscle relaxation techniques for better sleep, and confidence-building exercises that required trust and physical cooperation. But every technique involved inappropriate touching and positioned Preston in ways that gave him access to the boys' bodies under the guise of legitimate camp counseling. During one of these sessions, I heard muffled crying that Preston quickly covered with loud instructions about proper breathing techniques. The sound was heartbreaking and enraging, confirming that these boys were experiencing trauma but had no way to escape or seek help. Preston had positioned himself as a trusted authority figure, and the isolated camp environment made it nearly impossible for the victims to reach outside support or even understand that what was happening to them was wrong. By midnight, Preston had concluded his orientation sessions and announced that the younger boys needed additional cooling measures due to the extreme heat. This involved him moving from bunk to bunk, ostensibly adjusting their bedding and sleepwear to prevent overheating. But his actions were clearly designed to provide opportunities for continued inappropriate contact under the cover of darkness and the pretense of medical necessity. I lay in my bunk feeling helpless and complicit, knowing that terrible things were happening just a few feet away, but lacking any clear avenue for intervention. Preston had created a system where resistance seemed impossible and where speaking out would likely result in retaliation against the victims rather than protection for them. The isolation of the camp environment, the authority structure that positioned counselors as unquestionable figures, and Preston's skill at manipulating situations to his advantage had created a perfect storm for predatory behavior. As I listened to the quiet sounds of distress from the younger boys' bunks, I knew that someone needed to take action before Preston's behavior escalated further. The pattern was clear. Each night brought more aggressive and inappropriate contact, and the psychological damage to his victims was becoming increasingly apparent. But I also understood that any action I took would need to be carefully planned and executed to ensure the safety of the boys who were being victimized. The next morning brought a profound change in the atmosphere of our cabin. What had once been a group of excited teenagers enjoying their summer camp experience had transformed into a collection of traumatized boys struggling to maintain normal appearances while dealing with ongoing psychological assault. Kevin had stopped speaking entirely, communicating only through nods and headshakes when directly questioned. Tyler had developed a nervous tic, constantly checking over his shoulder and jumping at unexpected sounds. Preston, meanwhile, had grown even bolder in his behavior, apparently interpreting the boys' compliance and silence as acceptance of his authority and actions. He began implementing new cabin policies that created additional opportunities for inappropriate contact and isolation. Morning wake-up procedures now included individual physical assessments to ensure everyone had slept well and wasn't suffering from heat-related fatigue. These assessments involved Preston checking each younger boy's pulse, temperature, and general physical condition in ways that were clearly unnecessary and inappropriate. Brett remained overwhelmed with administrative duties, now meeting with state officials every evening to address the insurance crisis that seemed to grow more complex each day. His absence had become routine, and Preston had effectively assumed complete control over our cabin's evening and nighttime hours. The other counselors were dealing with their own administrative burdens and seemed relieved that Preston was willing to handle the additional supervisory responsibilities. I had spent the previous night planning potential courses of action, each of which carried significant risks and uncertain outcomes. Confronting Preston directly could result in retaliation against his victims and might simply force him to become more secretive rather than stopping his behavior, Reporting his actions to Brett or other camp officials required evidence that would be difficult to obtain and might not be believed given Preston's reputation as a dedicated counselor. And any attempt to contact outside authorities would be nearly impossible given the camp's remote location and limited communication access. But the situation had become desperate enough that inaction was no longer an option. Kevin's psychological state was deteriorating rapidly, and I feared that the trauma he was experiencing might have permanent consequences if it continued much longer. Tyler was showing signs of severe anxiety and depression that interfered with his ability to participate in normal camp activities. The other younger boys were exhibiting various stress responses that ranged from withdrawal to aggressive outbursts that seemed completely out of character. My decision came during that morning's swimming lesson when I witnessed Preston's most blatant assault yet. While Brett worked with advanced swimmers on the far side of the lake, Preston had taken the beginners to a secluded cove that was hidden from view by overhanging branches. Under the pretense of teaching proper swimming techniques, Preston had begun systematically removing the boys' swim trunks, claiming that unrestricted movement was essential for learning correct form. The scene was horrifying and unmistakable in its intent. Preston had isolated 4 of the youngest boys in an area where his actions couldn't be observed by other staff or campers. He was methodically undressing them while maintaining his characteristic whisper of instruction and encouragement. The boys stood in the shallow water, naked and clearly terrified, while Preston positioned himself to have unrestricted access to their bodies under the guise of swimming instruction. Kevin was sobbing openly now, his earlier compliance replaced by obvious distress that Preston attempted to dismiss as normal anxiety about learning new skills. Tyler had assumed a protective position near the other boys, his wrestling instincts engaged despite his own fear and trauma. The scene represented a complete abandonment of any pretense of legitimate camp activities, and I knew that intervention was required regardless of the personal risks involved. I began swimming toward the secluded cove, creating noise and commotion that would alert Preston to my approach and force him to abandon his current activities. As I drew closer, I called out questions about swimming techniques and requested assistance with my own stroke development, creating a legitimate reason for my presence that would be difficult for Preston to dismiss. The interruption forced him to direct the boys to redress themselves and return to the main swimming area, breaking up the assault before it could progress further. But my intervention had clearly angered Preston, and I could see the calculation in his eyes as he assessed the threat I represented to his activities. For the remainder of the day, he watched me with undisguised hostility, looking for opportunities to retaliate or neutralize my interference. During lunch, he made several comments about campers who didn't respect authority and the consequences that awaited those who caused trouble for camp staff. His message was clear. Any further interference would result in serious consequences for both me and his primary victims. That afternoon, I made the decision to attempt contact with outside authorities despite the significant obstacles involved. The camp's main office had a telephone that was theoretically available for emergency use, though access was strictly controlled and monitored. During the afternoon rest period, while Preston was conducting his usual inappropriate examinations of the younger boys, I slipped out of the cabin and made my way toward the administrative building. The main lodge was largely deserted during the afternoon hours, with most staff members supervising activities or attending meetings. I located the office telephone and attempted to place a call to my parents, hoping to convince them to contact local authorities about the situation at camp. But the call quality was poor due to the remote location, and explaining the complex situation over a scratchy connection proved nearly impossible. My parents initially dismissed my concerns as typical homesickness and camp adjustment problems, unable to comprehend the severity of what I was describing. My second attempt involved calling the local sheriff's department directly, but this proved even more problematic. The dispatcher was skeptical of a teenage caller reporting counselor misconduct at a summer camp, particularly when I couldn't provide specific details about the nature of the inappropriate behavior without betraying the privacy of the victims. The remote location of the camp and the lack of immediate physical evidence made it difficult to convey the urgency of the situation or convince authorities to take immediate action. As I concluded my unsuccessful attempts at outside contact, I discovered that Preston had noticed my absence from the cabin and was actively searching for me. I could hear his voice calling my name throughout the camp, ostensibly looking for a missing camper but actually trying to locate a potential threat to his activities. I managed to return to the cabin through a back route that avoided the main pathways, but Preston's suspicious glances throughout the evening made it clear that he suspected my involvement in some form of resistance. That night, Preston's behavior reached new levels of aggression and desperation. With Brett absent for another emergency meeting, Preston announced that the continuing heat wave required immediate implementation of the most extreme cooling measures yet. This involved what he termed intensive body temperature regulation that required the younger boys to submit to extended physical examinations that he conducted in complete privacy behind a makeshift curtain he erected in the counselor's corner of the cabin. The crisis reached its climax on Friday night of the second week, during what would become Preston's final hours of unsupervised access to our cabin. Brett had announced that the insurance meetings would continue through the weekend, meaning Preston would have extensive opportunities to escalate his predatory behavior without interference. The younger boys had reached a state of psychological breaking point, with Kevin now completely non-responsive to normal conversation, and Tyler displaying symptoms of severe trauma that interfered with his basic functioning. Preston seemed to sense that his time at camp was limited, either due to the eventual resolution of the administrative crisis or the increasing likelihood that his victims would find ways to report his behavior. His actions that evening carried a frantic quality, as if he was attempting to accomplish as much as possible before losing access to his targets. He abandoned much of his previous pretense about medical necessity and camp regulations, instead relying on direct intimidation and threats to maintain control over the situation. The evening began with Preston announcing that the extreme heat had created a medical emergency that required immediate and intensive intervention. He claimed that several boys were showing signs of severe heat exhaustion that could progress to life-threatening heat stroke if not treated immediately. This medical crisis, he explained, necessitated emergency procedures that would override normal camp policies and privacy considerations. The younger boys would need to submit to extensive physical cooling treatments that required complete cooperation and absolute secrecy to protect the camp from liability concerns. Preston's emergency cooling treatments were clearly designed to provide maximum opportunity for sexual assault under the guise of medical necessity. He had prepared what he claimed were special cooling compounds that needed to be applied to specific areas of the body to prevent heat stroke. The application process required the boys to remove all clothing and submit to hands-on treatment that involved Preston's thorough examination and manipulation of their bodies. Kevin was selected for the first emergency treatment, and I watched in horror as Preston isolated him behind the makeshift curtain he had erected for privacy. The sounds from behind the barrier were heartbreaking: muffled crying, Preston's insistent whispered instructions, and the obvious sounds of struggle as Kevin attempted to resist the assault. Preston's explanations about medical necessity became increasingly aggressive as Kevin's compliance wavered, with clear threats about the consequences of refusing emergency medical treatment. When Tyler was called for his emergency cooling treatment, the teenager finally reached his psychological breaking point. The confident wrestler who had arrived at camp just 2 weeks earlier was now a traumatized boy whose athletic training was his only remaining source of personal power. As Preston attempted to guide him behind the privacy curtain, Tyler suddenly erupted in violent resistance, shouting that he wouldn't submit to any more examinations and demanding that Preston leave him alone. The confrontation escalated rapidly as Preston attempted to use his authority and intimidation tactics to force Tyler's compliance. But Tyler's wrestling background had given him both physical strength and an understanding of leverage and control that Preston hadn't anticipated. When Preston attempted to physically force Tyler behind the curtain, the teenager responded with techniques learned on the wrestling mat, breaking free from Preston's grip and creating distance between them. Preston's reaction to Tyler's resistance was swift and violent. Abandoning any pretense of medical concern or camp authority, he launched himself at Tyler with obvious intent to overpower the boy through physical force. But Tyler was ready for the assault, using his wrestling skills to defend himself while shouting for help and alerting the other boys to the true nature of the situation. The physical confrontation lasted only a few minutes, but it shattered the atmosphere of intimidation and secrecy that Preston had carefully cultivated. As Tyler grappled with our assistant counselor, the other boys began to understand that resistance was possible and that Preston's authority was not absolute. Kevin emerged from behind the privacy curtain in various stages of undress, his tear-stained face telling the story of what had been happening during those private medical examinations. I joined the confrontation as soon as it began, using my size advantage to help Tyler restrain Preston while the younger boys moved to safety near the cabin door. Preston fought with desperate fury, apparently understanding that his exposure was complete and that his access to victims was ending. He threatened us with expulsion from camp, criminal charges for assaulting a counselor, and various other consequences that he claimed would result from our interference with his legitimate camp duties. But his threats were empty now, and everyone in the cabin understood the true nature of his behavior. The younger boys began speaking for the first time about what Preston had been doing to them during his private examinations and orientation sessions. Their accounts were heartbreaking and infuriating, describing systematic sexual assault that had been disguised as medical care and camp counseling. Kevin's story was particularly devastating, detailing repeated assaults that had occurred over nearly 2 weeks while the rest of us slept nearby. The noise from our confrontation eventually attracted attention from other cabins and staff members who were still awake. Brett returned early from his meeting upon hearing reports of a disturbance in our cabin, arriving to find Preston restrained on the floor while Tyler and I held him down and the younger boys huddled near the door in obvious distress. The scene was unmistakable in its implications, and Brett's initial confusion quickly gave way to horrified understanding as he assessed the situation. Preston made several attempts to control the narrative, claiming that he had been attacked by disturbed campers who had misinterpreted his legitimate counseling activities. He insisted that the boys were lying about inappropriate behavior and that their accusations resulted from homesickness, heat-related delirium, and teenage rebellion against authority. But his explanations were contradicted by the physical evidence in the cabin, the obvious distress of his victims, and the testimony of multiple witnesses who had observed his predatory behavior. As additional staff members arrived and began investigating the situation, Preston's composure finally cracked completely. Faced with overwhelming evidence and multiple witnesses, he abandoned his claims of innocence and began making threats against anyone who reported his behavior. He claimed to have influential connections who would protect him from consequences, and insisted that the boys' testimony would be dismissed as the fantasies of troubled teenagers. His threats were specific and detailed enough to reveal the calculated nature of his predatory behavior and his confidence that the camp environment would shield him from accountability. But Preston had underestimated both the severity of his crimes and the determination of his victims to seek justice. Tyler's physical resistance had broken the psychological hold that Preston maintained over the younger boys, and they began providing detailed accounts of his behavior that painted a clear picture of systematic sexual abuse. Kevin, despite his psychological trauma, was able to describe specific incidents that corroborated the observations Tyler and I had made during our weeks of witnessing Preston's inappropriate behavior. The immediate aftermath of Preston's exposure was chaotic and traumatic for everyone involved. Camp officials called local law enforcement and emergency medical services to respond to what had become a clear case of child sexual abuse. Preston was arrested that night and removed from the camp in handcuffs, his threats and denials continuing even as he was placed in the back of a sheriff's vehicle. The sight of our former assistant counselor being led away in restraints provided some sense of justice, but it couldn't undo the trauma he had inflicted on his victims. Kevin, Tyler, and the other boys who had been victimized by Preston were taken to a local hospital for medical examinations and psychological evaluation. The process was necessary but traumatic, forcing them to relive their experiences while providing evidence for the criminal case against their abuser. Kevin required extended counseling and medical care, his psychological trauma having manifested in physical symptoms that included sleep disorders, anxiety attacks, and regression in his developmental progress. Tyler's recovery was complicated by his role in finally stopping Preston's predatory behavior. While he took pride in his physical resistance and the protection he had provided to the other victims, he also struggled with guilt about not acting sooner and anger about the failure of camp officials to recognize and prevent the abuse. His wrestling coaches and family worked extensively with counselors to help him process the trauma while maintaining his athletic goals and personal confidence. My own role in the events created complex emotions that required professional support to address properly. While I was proud of my eventual intervention and assistance in exposing Preston's crimes, I also carried significant guilt about the weeks of abuse I had witnessed without taking more aggressive action. The knowledge that my delayed response had allowed additional trauma to occur weighed heavily on me, despite reassurances from counselors and law enforcement that the responsibility lay entirely with Preston. The investigation into Preston's background revealed a disturbing pattern of predatory behavior that extended far beyond his actions at Pine Ridge Summer Camp. Law enforcement discovered that he had used false credentials to obtain his position at the camp, claiming counseling experience and training that he did not possess. His real name was not Preston, and his claimed background from Texas was completely fabricated. He was actually a registered sex offender from another state who had violated his parole by traveling to Vermont and assuming a false identity to gain access to potential victims. The criminal case against Preston proceeded rapidly due to the overwhelming evidence and multiple victim testimonies. He ultimately pled guilty to numerous charges of child sexual abuse, assault, and identity fraud, in exchange for a lengthy prison sentence that would keep him away from potential victims for decades. The plea agreement spared his victims from having to testify in open court, though several chose to provide victim impact statements that detailed the ongoing effects of his abuse on their lives and development. Pine Ridge Summer Camp faced serious legal and financial consequences for their failure to properly screen Preston's background and protect the campers under their care. The camp's insurance coverage proved inadequate for the lawsuits filed by victims' families, and the facility ultimately closed permanently after the summer session concluded. Brett and other counselors were cleared of any criminal wrongdoing, but the camp's reputation was irreparably damaged by the scandal and the revelation that a child predator had been given unfettered access to vulnerable campers. The broader impact of Preston's crimes extended far beyond the immediate victims and their families. The case prompted changes in state regulations governing youth camps and the background check requirements for counselors and staff members. New protocols were implemented to ensure better supervision of camp activities and clearer reporting procedures for suspected abuse. While these changes came too late to prevent Preston's crimes, they provided some hope that future generations of campers would be better protected. For Kevin, Tyler, and the other boys who survived Preston's abuse, the road to recovery was long and difficult. Each required extensive counseling and support to process the trauma and develop healthy coping mechanisms. Kevin's family moved to a different state to provide him with a fresh start and access to specialized treatment programs. Tyler continued his wrestling career but required ongoing therapy to address the anxiety and trust issues that resulted from his victimization. My own experience at Pine Ridge fundamentally changed my understanding of predatory behavior and the vulnerability of children in institutional settings. The knowledge that such abuse could occur under the guise of legitimate authority relationships made me more vigilant about protecting younger people and more willing to speak out when I observed concerning behavior. The guilt about my delayed intervention motivated me to become involved in organizations that work to prevent child abuse and support survivors. The memory of that summer remains vivid and disturbing more than 2 years later. The knowledge that children can be systematically victimized by trusted authority figures while other adults remain oblivious or unwilling to intervene is a sobering reminder of how predators exploit institutional power structures. Preston's crimes were enabled not just by his own calculated manipulation, but by a camp environment that prioritized convenience and cost-cutting over child protection. The courage shown by Tyler in finally resisting Preston's abuse, and by Kevin in providing testimony despite his trauma, demonstrated the resilience that children can display even in the most difficult circumstances. Their willingness to speak truth to power and seek justice for themselves and other victims was inspiring and humbling. The experience taught me that sometimes the most important thing we can do is simply refuse to remain silent when we witness injustice, even when speaking out carries personal risks. Preston's conviction and imprisonment provided legal justice, but the psychological and emotional consequences of his crimes continue to affect his victims and their families. The experience serves as a permanent reminder that vigilance and courage are required to protect vulnerable people from those who would exploit positions of trust and authority. While the immediate crisis was resolved, the broader responsibility to prevent such abuse requires ongoing commitment from institutions, families, and individuals who refuse to allow predatory behavior to continue unchallenged. Today, as I reflect on those terrifying weeks at Pine Ridge Summer Camp, I am grateful for the strength shown by Preston's victims and the ultimate triumph of justice over predatory behavior. But I am also haunted by the knowledge of how easily such abuse can occur and how many children may be suffering in silence while trusted adults fail to recognize or respond to the warning signs. The responsibility to protect children is one that belongs to all of us, and Preston's crimes stand as a stark reminder of what happens when that responsibility is abandoned or ignored. Growing up in the small town of Iron River in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, I always loved the outdoors. As a kid, I spent my summers swimming in the cold, clear waters of Lake Michigan, fishing for brook trout in the gurgling streams, and camping under the stars in the dense forests of the Ottawa National Forest. My best friends Nick, Josh, and I were inseparable. Every weekend, we'd load up our backpacks with gear and disappear into the woods for days at a time, roughing it in the backcountry. We thought we were invincible. But things changed when I turned 18 and went off to college at the University of Oregon. I studied forestry and spent my free time exploring the rugged, misty forests of the Pacific Northwest. The woods there felt ancient and primordial. Huge, gnarled trees dripping with moss. The distant cry of a raven echoing through the fog. It was both beautiful and unsettling. When I graduated, saddled with student loan debt and unable to find a decent-paying job, I convinced Nick and Josh to join me on an epic cross-country camping trip. One last hurrah before we had to grow up and face the real world. We'd hit the most remote wilderness areas in the country, starting in Oregon, then heading to the forests of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and finally ending in the Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina. What I couldn't know then was that we were about to come face to face with an ancient evil lurking in the shadows of the forest, something straight out of the darkest folklore, and that it would change us forever if we survived. We began our journey in mid-June, planning to spend a week trekking through each state's backcountry before moving on to the next destination. First up, the dense, rain-drenched temperate rainforests of Oregon's coastal range. Damn. It's like something out of Jurassic Park, Josh said in awe as we hiked deeper into the old-growth forest of Siuslaw National Forest. Massive Douglas firs and Sitka spruces towered over us, their branches arching together hundreds of feet above our heads to form a thick green canopy. Prehistoric-looking ferns and skunk cabbage sprouted from the spongy, decomposing undergrowth. As the light faded and evening set in, we made camp in a mossy clearing alongside a fast-moving stream. The temperature dropped quickly in the damp air. While Nick and Josh sat around the campfire drinking whiskey, I wandered off into the darkening woods to gather more firewood. Bending to pick up a fallen branch, I suddenly froze. Shattering the stillness came a long, moaning cry that sent chills racing down my spine. It sounded almost human, but not quite. The wail rose in pitch before tapering off with a strangled gurgle. Then silence. Heart pounding, I grabbed the wood and hurried back to the safety of the fire. "Did you guys hear that?" I asked uneasily. "Hear what?" Nick said. "An elk bugling, maybe. There's a herd around here." An elk. Right. That had to be it. As unsettling as the cry had been, I forced myself to shrug it off. We were in the middle of nowhere, after all. Of course we'd hear strange animal calls. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that it had been something else. Something watching us from out there in the darkness, and that this was only the beginning. The next morning dawned cool and misty. Dew clung to our tents and soaked through our boots as we broke camp. I hadn't slept much, my mind replaying that eerie wail over and over. But in the light of day, it seemed far less menacing. Just a wild animal, I told myself firmly. We hiked deeper into the forest, following faint game trails that snaked between the massive, furrowed tree trunks. By late afternoon, we reached our goal, a remote alpine lake, its surface like polished glass reflecting the snow-capped peaks towering above. "Damn, we've got the whole place to ourselves," Josh crowed excitedly, dumping his pack on the pebbly shore. "Who wants to go for a swim?" "I'm in," Nick said, already yanking off his shirt. Normally, I'd have been the first one diving in, but a strange foreboding prickled the back of my neck as I gazed out across the mirrored surface of the water. "I think I'm gonna take a pass," I said. "Didn't sleep great last night. Gonna rest up." "Suit yourself," Nick shrugged, wading in. The water barely rippled around his thighs. While they swam, I got a fire going and unpacked our food. The sun inched toward the jagged peaks, painting the sky in brilliant streaks of orange and pink. "Guys, chow time," I eventually called. No response. I walked over to the shore, scanning the lake. Nothing but flat, glassy water stretching out before me. The hairs on my arms stood up. "Nick? Josh? Quit messing around." My voice sounded high and thin in the waiting stillness. Silence. Then, somewhere out in the middle of the lake, a disturbance in the water. Ripples radiating out. And suddenly, Josh's head breaking the surface, mouth stretched wide in a scream. "Help! Nick! Oh God, it's got Nick!" I charged into the shallows, the icy water stealing my breath. Josh flailed and splashed, eyes rolling wildly. Then, in a surge of water, he vanished. The surface smoothed, tranquil once more. Alone on the shore, I stood frozen with horror and disbelief. Something had taken them. Something in the dark water, pulling them down, down, down. How I made it back to civilization on my own, I'll never know. Those next hours were a panicked blur of crashing through the forest, their final screams ringing in my ears, my mind unable to process the enormity of what I'd just witnessed. I must have looked like a madman when I finally stumbled into a ranger station, raving about some unseen force snatching my friends from the remote mountain lake. I saw the looks the rangers exchanged as they listened to my disjointed story. Looks that said, "This guy's lost it." But they had to investigate. Of course, by the time the search and rescue team reached the lake the next day, there was no sign of Nick or Josh. No tracks or traces, no clues to what had taken them, like they had vanished without a trace. Trauma, the police said. Delayed drowning, maybe. A terrible accident, to be sure. But these things happened. 2 young men swimming in an ice-cold alpine lake after a few drinks. Their muscles probably seized up. Tragic, but not uncommon. I knew none of their explanations could account for the sheer horror I'd seen in Josh's eyes in those final moments, or the feeling of a malevolent presence in those woods, watching us, hunting us. But I had no proof, and so I buried it deep, tried to move on, even as their loss left a void that could never be filled. After the funerals, unable to face the pitying stares and whispers, I fled back to my hometown in Michigan. But even there, the ghosts of that terrible day haunted my every step. I saw their faces in every shadow, heard their dying screams on the wind. I knew it was only a matter of time before the darkness found me again, before I had to face the nightmare that lurked in the forest once more. Months passed. The leaves turned, winter swept in with a vengeance. But even blizzards burying my hometown in deep snow couldn't blot out the memories. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to do something, or I'd go mad. And so, I found myself back on the road, chasing the dead ends of obscure folklore and myths, trying to make some kind of sense out of what had happened, to find proof that I wasn't crazy, that Nick and Josh had been victims of something ancient and evil. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, poring over moldering old books in small-town libraries, cornering locals in dive bars to pry out whispered legends of dark things stalking the forest. Everywhere, scraps and fragments of old stories, strange disappearances, trappers vanishing without a trace, inhuman shrieks echoing from the woods. But nothing concrete. Until an eccentric old hunter in the remote wilds of northern Wisconsin reluctantly shared a tale passed down in his family for generations. A story of a malevolent spirit said to haunt the forest. The Wendigo. It was once human, he told me, voice low and gravelly. But the hunger, the greed, the evil, it twisted them, turned them into something that ain't human no more. A soulless, ravenous thing, always hungering. Pale as bone, teeth like needles, razor claws. It lures the unwary into the deep woods, mimics human voices, calls from the shadows. And then, he trailed off, watery eyes haunted. They say it can't be killed. Fire's the only thing it fears, but God help you if it catches your scent. The Wendigo. I'd heard vague tales, always dismissed as myth. But now, for the first time, I had a name to put to the primordial dread that had stalked us in Oregon. I knew it was only a matter of time before I faced it again. I had to be ready. Blowing the last of my meager savings, I outfitted myself as best I could for what was to come. Layers of thermal gear, fire starters, hatchets, hunting knives, climbing gear. If the Wendigo wanted me, I wouldn't go down without a fight. And so I found myself deep in the ancient, mist-shrouded forests of the Blue Ridge Mountains in early spring. One last stop on my quest for answers before the thing in the shadows finally caught up with me. I'd rented a remote cabin, miles from any other living soul, surrounded by dense stands of hickory, pine, and fir. As far from help as I could get. The first few days passed uneventfully as I explored the area, scouting game trails and dense thickets. But on the fourth night, I woke suddenly, heart hammering against my ribs. The fire had burned low, casting eerie shadows on the rough-hewn log walls. From outside, somewhere out in the darkness of the forest, a long wail rose, undulating and inhuman, ending in a rattling, gurgling moan that sent icy tendrils of fear skittering down my spine. I knew that sound, echoing from my darkest memories. It had found me again. Hands shaking, I threw logs on the fire, built it into a roaring blaze. The flames beat back the darkness, pressing against the small cabin's windows. But the Wendigo was out there. I could feel its hunger, its simmering rage. I sat up till dawn, shotgun across my knees, jumping at every creak of trees in the wind. But it didn't attack. It was toying with me, drawing out the game. Sooner or later I'd have to face it. And this time, only one of us would walk away. The next day dawned deceptively calm and bright. But even the cheerful birdsong and the breeze sighing through the leafy canopy couldn't dispel the sense of malevolent watchfulness, of a predator's gaze tracking my every move. I knew I couldn't simply hunker down and wait for the Wendigo to make its move. Sooner or later, I'd have to take the fight to it, draw it out of hiding, before the waiting drove me mad. By late afternoon, I'd fashioned a sturdy makeshift spear, its tip honed to a razor point, slick with pine sap to make it burn. With a final deep breath to steel my nerves, I stepped off the cabin's porch and into the waiting forest, following the game trails ever deeper into the shadows, heading toward where I somehow knew it would be. Seconds stretched into minutes. The sinking sun slanted through the trees, painting the forest floor in blood-red streaks. Birdsong faded. Even the breeze seemed to hold its breath. I felt the weight of its gaze, a pressure between my shoulder blades. A twig snapped behind me, too loud in the stillness. I spun, spear raised. Shadows shifted between the trees. Glimpses of desiccated, grayish skin pulled taut over jutting ribs. Limbs too long and gaunt to be human. The glint of jagged teeth, of hooked claws. With an unearthly howl, it launched itself at me, faster than anything had a right to move. I threw myself to the side, lashing out with the spear, felt it connect. A high, enraged shriek split the air. Then the Wendigo was on me. We crashed to the ground in a flurry of teeth and blood and needled claws. Half-glimpsed horrors, a ravening hunger barely contained in the twisted remnants of a human form. The stench of rotting meat and ancient earth. Claws raked my face, my arms, shredding flesh. But I couldn't feel the pain. A cold, clear focus descended. With a roar of fury and terror, I drove the spear up under its ribs with all my strength. It shrieked, clawing at the shaft, oily black blood spurting. The wound smoked and sizzled. "For Nick and Josh, you bastard!" I snarled through blood-flecked teeth. Wrenching the spear free, I stabbed it down again and again, till my arms ached and its body stopped its grisly twitching. I staggered back, chest heaving. It lay still, twisted and broken. But even as I watched, flesh knit back together, bones crackled and popped back into place. Dead eyes, pale as a winter sky, snapped open, horribly aware. Oh God, it couldn't be killed. Lurching to my feet, I limped back toward the cabin as fast as my battered body would take me. The crackle of undergrowth behind me, the pant of eager breath, told me it was already hunting once more. I barely made it back to the cabin before my legs gave out. Blood ran into my eyes, soaked my shredded clothes. Somehow I dragged myself inside, barred the door. The creature slammed against it a moment later, howling in fury, a force of pure distilled malevolence and insatiable hunger. But the thick log walls held. For now. With shaking hands, I built up the fire, feeding it broken bits of furniture till it roared and crackled. The old hunter had said it feared only flame. All I could do was pray he'd been right. The thing shrieked and gibbered outside, circling the cabin, seeking a way in as the night deepened. I clutched my spear, knuckles white, struggling not to give in to the insanity of terror threatening to devour me. At some dark hour of the night, an awful silence fell. For a long time, I heard nothing. Then drifting from the distance, the high, desperately welcome wail of sirens. Blue and red lights strobed between the trees as vehicles pulled up outside. Shouts pounding at the door. "Hello? Anyone here? This is the Forest Service." They broke down the door, took in the scene of carnage. My ravaged face, the blood soaking the floor. I must have looked like I'd lost my mind. Maybe I had. I tried to explain what I'd seen as the EMTs treated my wounds, begged them to keep the fire burning, to be on guard. That it was still out there. That it would never stop coming. I saw the all too familiar looks on their faces, the slow head shakes. "Trauma," they said. "Blood loss and shock. You're safe now." I didn't have the strength to argue. I let them lead me away, pour me into an ambulance. But as we bumped down the rough forest road, I peered out the back windows, back at the dark tree line. For just a moment, I glimpsed a pale figure darting between the trunks, fleshless and gaunt, little more than skin stretched over jutting ribs and long bones, needle teeth bared in a hellish grin. It raised one emaciated arm, waved, as if in mocking salute. Then it vanished back into the darkness of the forest, waiting. Always waiting. Sooner or later I knew it would find me again. No matter how far I ran. And then the last chapter of this story would finally be written. In blood and madness and the dying light of the fire,